All right, we are live. Here we go. Weekly Alaboom for May 18th, 2016. We got the ever loquacious Barry Reynolds.
Hey, what's up?
We have my good friend Anthony Ricano.
What the hell's that all about?
And the new sleek and svelte, ready for action, Keith Collins, team FUKC, straight out of Philly.
Guten Abend, meine Damen und Herren.
You are what are you doing in Philly? You're there for work, right?
I'm here for work.
You're not in Philly.
I was in Philly tonight.
Yes.
So.
Oh, I might as well just get it over with. Straight from the floor.
Solidarity,
Anthony Ricano. Still right there. I set my drinks on it every once in a while, but yeah. So still got my box of goodies. I haven't opened them up yet, though. I almost did the other day. I'll fully admit. I was like, man, maybe I should get started on putting that stuff together. But then I was like, nope, I'm going to put it all together all at once.
But I've already told you it's okay. You can open it.
I know. But at this point, I'd much rather just wait.
Okay. You have my permission.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
It's okay. Just let go.
Okay, fine. Thank you. What's everybody been up to? Really? That's everything.
We were all being polite, waiting for someone to start.
I finally played Star Wars Rebellion.
Oh yeah? Did you play as the filthy rebel scum?
I ended up being the filthy rebel scum, but we were rightfully put in our place by the Galactic Empire. So.
Yes.
I lost on the turn that had he not found my base after I moved it. I would have won the game, so it was tight. So I ended up with a base with 2 frickin' X-Wings in it, and that wasn't much to do. Had I put it in one different location, I probably would have won. But, so goes the game. But it's a really good game. I really liked it.
Yeah, so did I.
I don't see me getting to play it a lot, but it was fun. It's a well-done board game. I think it's really well designed. So.
Now, you don't think you'll get to play it often because of the 2-player or because of the time?
Both. It's got 2 strikes against it from that standpoint. It's a long play time. I mean, it'll be faster the next time we play it, but I mean we weren't trying to screw around or anything, but it took us probably 4 hours to play the game the first time we played it. Just there's lots in there thinking, but the time flew by. But yeah, getting a 2-player game in that's 3 hours plus in is going to be challenging.
Has anybody played the 4-player variant? No.
No, I have no desire to play it.
It's that classic, like, oh, it's a 4-player game that, like, War of the Ring is a 4-player game.
Yeah.
It really isn't.
I was just curious.
Yeah. Let's see. I played some Yokohama in the last few days. A game that is coming to the United States by Taste Minstrel Games. I know, you're all excited.
Oh yeah.
They're gonna deluxe it up too, just like they do with Orleans. However you say that. And they're actually going to have copies of Orleans Deluxe, which you can't really get a hold of anywhere. They're going to have them at Origins for sale. So if you're going to Origins, and you haven't, and you did not get an Orleans Deluxe, if you're one of the first lucky 50 people at the place that asks for one, you'll be able to get a copy of that.
Can we get the Orleans expansion there?
No, but that's in the pipe for them.
Keith, do me a favor. When you go to Origins, give me a copy of Guilds of London. They're going to have 100 at the booth.
Wow. Why don't you just go? Why don't you just go to Origins? Why don't you just go to Origins?
Because I can't. I have a job that's not in the industry. I'm actually going to be probably in India when you guys are at Origins.
India.
What?
Yeah, Keith goes to Philadelphia, and I go to India.
I'll take Philly over India.
I think I would too.
What are you going to be doing in India?
I'm going to be training some people.
Sounds interesting.
Yes,
What do you even do for a job? I don't even know.
Are you like an accountant or something?
I am an auditor of auditors.
Oh.
So we have people who audit things, and then I randomly audit them.
So you audit auditors.
Yes, pretty much.
Man, that makes you the scum of the scum.
Yes. Checks and balances. So is this a federal thing or a third-party thing?
Hi, Aldi.
What I do?
Yeah.
No, I do it. I do it for a company at this corporate relocation.
Okay. Hey, Scott.
How's it going, guys?
All right.
Long time.
It has been. What, you just finally slumming it up with us, or what?
Maple Syrup didn't have a show tonight?
No.
Maple Syrup is off. They're offline for like months.
What happened?
On the show.
Nerd
you
Nighters didn't invite you on? Did you piss JR off or something?
Why is
I-
maple
I-
syrup? When did that happen? When did maple syrup go offline?
Like a couple of weeks ago, months ago.
Why?
After the gathering, they stopped. Summer break.
Oh.
They're slacking. Not doing the weekly thing anymore.
But that's because they probably actually put effort into theirs.
Yeah, it's not like they just. No, believe me. Have you ever been on the Maple Syrup show?
No,
They're a
I've
finely
heard,
tuned
yeah.
machine. It is a machine.
It's like the opposite of this.
It's totally the opposite.
Yeah, I've heard they got like.
I would not be able to
when I
run a
ask my
show.
question.
I would not be able to run a show like that if it was me.
Yeah.
$77.5 million. That's what you're worth today.
Sweet, I'm up. What is that? 10%?
Yeah, $77.5 million.
Or am I down? I don't remember.
I don't know. It's been so long since you've been on. I don't. So
I think you're down. I think it was 78 last time. I think you're down. I think it was 78 last time.
Oh shit.
what did you do? Oh, it's
Yeah,
the new
redesign.
design.
It must be the
It's
redesign.
new
Redesign.
design. I agree.
Screwing everything.
When are you gonna make the design not suck? I'm just. That's not for me. That's from the
Hey,
peanut gallery.
You're like
There's a
7% of the people who don't like it.
That's right. That's right. Did you hear
I
that?
don't know, man. I wouldn't want to go back if it was me. I mean, I think the old site blows, but that's just me.
If you went back,
no
I'd quit
context.
BG.
There's no context. There's no mobile, whatever. There's endless amounts of problems with the old one. A lot of people don't care about.
I'd like to know and fuck them.
Hey Keith, look what I got.
What, a black box? Is it a bigger blacker box? What? Oh, did you get your Cyclo dice finally?
Yes.
Yeah, I know he sent them to you because he tells in the update who he mails everything.
Oh, did he write? Did he write my
Yeah,
name? on
so the
Well, let me
last. It doesn't put your email address. It just listed Scott Alden. So I'm
Let me
like, oh,
let
Alden
me
got his
Scott.
dice.
Here, I wanna.
I
These
did not
things
get
are
the box.
so cool.
I just
Yeah,
got
the box
dice.
is underwhelming. Actually, it's a neat box. I'm gonna use it for something else, but it's got the ribbon on it that they use for the dice. So they take this ribbon and they wrap it inside the dice, and then they seal it.
What?
Yeah.
They are the prettiest dice I own, without a doubt.
Of course, this webcam thing ain't gonna work. But
Now, what's the point of the ribbons? Scott, is that weed or just aesthetics?
no, it's inside the dice. Like,
Yeah, but
you can
what-
see it.
It's
it
to
It's a,
the
it's a design. It's a design.
Okay.
It doesn't really change the.
Hey, Michael.
Hey, boss.
His boss is here.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, looks like you're playing Yokohama.
Yeah, we will be.
Right out. Something big
Remember, Michael. If you want to win, just forget about technology. Just.
Well, the only time I won, I bought a bunch.
Oh. Interesting.
So I would like to actually import
I leave
these.
them to continue.
Really?
I think they're really great, but that guy, I don't think he really knows how to run a company.
No, that guy doesn't know how to run a company.
Hey, Michael, just hold on a second. Those are just 6-sided dice, right, Scott? They don't do
Yeah.
anything special?
No, but they have a cloth inside the dice.
But they're just a random integer that determines the number 1 through 6?
You know, what's wrong with that?
So I mean,
We,
that's
we
what it
built,
does, right?
Society was built on this, my friend. Our society has been built on this dice. There you go. All right, I'll shut up about the dice now.
Yeah.
It's like what it
Well,
is.
I did have my non-board gaming news this week, so
Well,
I
what's
hit my
your
diet
non-board
goal.
gaming rules?
I hit my diet goal.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
I lost my 100th pound
that is
Sunday.
amazing,
so
dude. That is
Yeah.
unbelievable.
201 days to lose 100 pounds. So
It
average
looks
a
like
half
you
pound a
lost
day.
it all since I last saw you, Keith.
Well, when did you last see me?
You know, a
At
couple weeks
Gen
ago.
Con? Oh.
No, a couple weeks ago.
So
You know where-
are you gonna keep going, Keith, or are you done?
I want to lose 20 more pounds. We'll see if that happens. That's going to be tough. I definitely want to lose 10 more pounds. I'd like to get under 200 for the first time ever. But then again, I'm under 210 for the first time ever, so what the hell?
Yeah, it's
That's awesome.
a significant difference.
Yeah, it's given. I mean, and I don't want to go on about it forever. You guys have listened to it for months, but
That's awesome.
I
that's
appreciate
right.
all the support of everybody.
You
on
shut
this
your
channel.
mouth. Just stop talking about it. Do you feel better, Keith?
Yeah, I feel better. I mean, my blood pressure is way down. You know, my systolic's down 20 points. My diastolic's down 15. I don't know. I can move well. My hotel, I got tired of waiting for the elevator. I walked 5 flights of stairs and didn't even get winded, you know. So, hell yeah, I feel better.
Good. How's Geek
Mostly
in the
mentally.
West? What?
Mostly mentally, I feel better. So that's the big
Oh.
part.
Gotta put up with you now. Michael, where are you walking?
In the hotel, I wanted to get earphones so I could actually hear you guys.
What are you wearing?
I'm
And
wearing
where's
it.
Lance's?
I
I
have one.
don't. Lance has one.
Put
He's
it on.
just He's just a sissy.
Is that in the contract to wear the Tasty Minstrel onesie?
No.
Is it?
No.
Oh, I wish it was a
Should've been.
onesie.
Oh my god, I so wish that was in the contract. That would be great.
That's the Dargan sweatshirt.
Yeah.
How's Geekway?
It's pretty cool. We'll see tomorrow when they start.
Hasn't started yet, has it?
No. Not yet.
Is that a thing where every con starts on Thursday?
Nope. BGGCon starts on
Friday.
Wednesday.
No,
Origin
most
starts on
Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Origin starts on Wednesday, yeah.
I thought that the dealer hall didn't open until Thursday on Origins. I could be wrong.
It doesn't.
I
The
don't
dealer
remember.
hall opens Thursday, but the con
Yeah.
starts on Wednesday.
Our convention next year is starting on Tuesday.
What convention is that?
Our invite-only one.
Am I invited?
It's an Anthem
What about
Con.
me?
CBGB.
I'll invite Michael.
Well, I won't go, so
Oh,
No.
sorry about that.
I'll take his
That's
spot.
all right.
No, other than that, anybody else play anything new? I mean, like I said, I was talking about Yokohama just a little bit ago, but
Yeah, here's what it looks like.
Your tokens that are there. So
Yeah,
one,
two
two,
more,
one, two, and you would get this effect.
all right, here I'll focus on you. Here, have Daniel say hi. There he
You
is.
can mute him.
So, yeah, they're
Yeah.
in the Alaboom.
There's
He's teaching them how to play.
That's good. There's a if anybody wants to know how to play, there's a certain well-bearded gentleman just posted a review
Chris
on the
Kopak?
interwebs.
The
Yes.
bearded meeple?
Tyler
Yes.
Anderson?
Exactly.
Tyler.
That's exactly who I was referring to.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yes, but you can go on my YouTube channel and you can find I did post a review just recently. So
You
Here's
did a
the
review
dealer
on a
hall.
non-Kickstarter game? What the hell?
Yeah.
Check that out.
Is that a paid preview?
This is the dealer hall preview.
the
Paid
dealer
preview?
hall preview. Oh, this is exciting. Here we'll just watch. We'll let Michael talk about it.
Yeah, there's the TMG booth, and then there's some other people.
Oh, wait! Go back and look at the Orleans Deluxe stuff, and so that people can drool over the idea that
Sure.
Michael,
Drill,
the chat
drill,
wants to
drill.
know when you're going to bring the Orleans invasion.
Can't wait for
As soon
tomorrow.
as I print, as soon as it's printed, just soon.
Soon.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
hope our viewers don't get motion sickness.
Whoa. All right, I'll take a hint and sit down.
I'm just, I'm just
It's just
a little
weird.
slower, a little steadier.
Sorry.
So, you got any other big news you can tell anybody? You want to divulge there, boss?
I don't know, Peon. What is there to divulge?
Thanks a lot. I'm really looking for. You're not going to be at Origins, are you?
No,
No.
I'm not.
But
Are you
Dan,
seeing any good minions?
Yeah.
I have a hard time about it, Lance.
yeah, whatever. Hey, Anthony, I'll give you. Pay me $10 and I'll let you out of the bed right now. Just so you know, that's my
What?
final offer.
The baseball.
We have a baseball bet that he's going to ultimately lose, but I'm out of the kindness of my heart, I'm letting him try to get out of it early, just so
Okay.
I can be kind to him. But he's not. I don't know. He's weird.
Gonna ultimately lose? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When is you're going to have Thieves Market for Gen Con, correct?
That should be the case, yeah.
And Guilds of London is at Origins.
Yeah.
When is Guilds of London going to hit local retailers?
Around Gen Con-ish. You should
Right.
know this.
Well,
It's all on the thing.
It's called interviewing you, so you can tell the people that are listening, so they can.
Oh,
Yeah.
Lance, he has
yes,
people for
around
that.
Gen Con. I have people for that, man.
He's pretending he doesn't know, Michael.
It's very funny. Like whenever you show up
Lance,
with an
get his media guy on here.
when you ask Michael a question like, oh hey, do you think we should do this? He's like, yes. When should I get that done by? I wanted it done 2 weeks ago. That'd be like, I just told you about it. I know, but I wanted it done. Just
You did a good job. Now do it 2 weeks ago.
No, has Aldi, have you played any new games lately?
Oh,
Anything?
he's not here.
Oh,
I think
Aldi left?
Aldi went to poop.
He'll be back, yeah.
Oh, okay. Anybody got any gripes? Any complaints?
I played Anachrony.
Anthony?
You played Anachrony?
Yep.
How was that?
It's awesome. I backed it as soon as I played it. Just like I backed Tricarian after I played it last year.
Where did you play Anachrony?
Don't you worry about where I played Anachrony. I have friends. No, actually, Ryan LaFlamme from Cardboard Republic had gotten a prototype copy for review. So I was hanging out with him and a bunch of other people at a little convention up in New Hampshire. I asked him to bring it, and we got to play, and it's pretty freaking sweet.
How would you describe Anachrony to me?
Anachrony is the game I thought Euphoria was going to be.
Okay.
So it's a worker placement game in like a dystopian kind of future type thing that's actually good.
So you don't like Euphoria?
No.
Okay.
No, so basically, it's not really that. It's a time travel element. So you're going through different phases of the game, and in order to get resources, you can go to places to get them. But you actually start with the ability to get them without going to the spaces, which is the premise of sometime in the future, you remembered you needed water at this moment in time, and went back in time and gave yourself some water. So everything you use from you playing those tokens, at some point you have to travel back in time and pay it back. Otherwise, you get a penalty at the end of the game. So
That's
it's
cool.
It's actually pretty cool. It's worker placement, and the different spaces will work differently based on which kind of worker you send. So there are scientists and administrators, and engineers. And then there's also people that are considered brainiacs or geniuses that can do any of the jobs. So you'll send them out. You'll get resources. You'll
Like
be able
Lance.
to build buildings.
So mean.
So yeah, and he had
That was nice.
some preliminaries of the 3D exosuits that you can get on the Kickstarter, which are pretty freaking sweet. You really don't need them; they're really just for show.
What's the
So-
time frame on this game? Like, when's it getting shipped and stuff?
It's coming out. I think they said January.
7 months.
That's like on the Kickstarter, but yeah, it's pretty good. So there's spaces you can build on your own board where you can just send a worker there. But every other space that you on the board, you need to go out in an exosuit to get there. So each round you have a certain number that you're going to start with, and then you can pay these tokens to use extra ones. So on one round I could say send 4 workers out, but Michael may want to send 6. Halfway through the game, in the basic game, there's this cataclysmic event that happens, and then some of the spaces on the board get these tiles that do something even extra, you get an extra bonus for them. But once someone claims them, that's it. That tile is not available for the rest of the game. So for the last 3 rounds of the game, the board really shrinks as far as the space you can go to. So the things you build on your own board become even more important. And then there's end game scoring, like, whoever has the most of this and most of that. Each different faction has their own goal, and at some point another space will open up on the board. You can just go there and spend a worker and basically say, okay, I did it. I accomplished my faction goal and get the bonus for that. But it's a really good, really tight game, and I think if you like worker placement games, the theme is really cool. Everything works really well. The artwork is really nice. But yeah, Anachrony from Mind Clash, and there's no word yet if Ape is actually coming on board to join up with them again, like they did with Tricarian. But since they just added Tricarian as a stretch goal, not a stretch goal, as an add-on to the campaign, I'm going to think that Ape is probably going to be involved in the US release of when the game comes out.
Okay.
I mean, you're saying the game is fun and everything, so I guess I'm gonna just believe you. But I'm like, whenever I looked at
I'm to
it,
7%.
when I looked at it, I was just like, wow, this is like a mess. I mean, it's just like, visually, it just kind of looks like somebody just threw a bunch of stuff against a wall and hopefully something stuck. I mean, that's just what it looks like to me. But I don't know. You're saying it's good?
It's really good.
I mean, and plus the artwork, I'm not sold on the artwork either, I guess. But it's just me, I guess.
That's their style of artwork. It's the same artists that worked on Tricarian. So the people have that very not realistic, but sort of realistic look to them.
If you say so. Which one did you get? Did you get which box did you get for your $79?
Oh, I don't remember which one I took. I didn't care. I throw the sleeve away. I never keep a sleeve on a game.
Yeah, sleeves are stupid.
So with the sleeve that we got for Tricarian,
I threw away like 10 sleeves this weekend going to the beach.
Yeah, they're a pain.
It's a mess.
How dare you? Like there's gonna be a Coliseum sleeve.
What?
Let's go in the trash.
Yeah, that's going in the trash. Sorry.
That's okay.
Right into the trash. Kickstarter exclusive. Gold
That's
foil.
fine.
A waste of money, dude. Right into the garbage.
It's not a
Hopefully
waste
it
of
doesn't
money.
cost you more money.
The only
It gets
sleeves like
people
It
to
costs us
back.
more money.
yeah, the only
You
sleeves
throw
like
it away.
keyboard games are like games from Columbia, and
Well, yeah, because those are black boxes otherwise, right?
yeah.
And Victory Point games.
Yeah. Take the sleeves off and try to figure out which game it is by the box shape.
Hey, Michael, I don't remember the sleeve on your game. Is it
I take
the
white
new
from
artwork or the old
the
artwork?
Coliseum is the newer one.
The sleeve is the newer artwork?
Yeah,
Okay.
the one that everyone doesn't hate.
Yeah, it's still going in the trash.
That's fine.
They're just a
Did Necronomicon
pain.
not contact you, Lance, for a review?
What now?
Do they not contact you for
Who for Tricarian?
Anachronia?
Well,
Anachronia?
Anachrony.
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 You just left that.
I remember they contacted me for Tricarian a long time ago, and then for whatever reason they and I just decided that I wasn't going to do one, and then they didn't contact me for this one, so that's fine. Whatever. I mean, I've got enough on my plate as it is, so I'll be okay.
Because if you don't, I get
15
some more.
Kickstarters out there right now.
What was that, Michael?
I said because if you don't, I can get some more.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sure you'll put more on my plate as it is. I'm not worried.
The smash that shit guys didn't contact you?
No. Why is that so? You're just in love with that game. Why?
Well, that and Pussy Chasers are my two games I'm watching on Kickstarter right now. Pussy Chasers funded in one day.
What was that?
There's an RPG called Pussy Chasers.
But that's that Venger Satanus or whatever. He's like this
Hey, Venger. His mama named him Venger. Call him Venger.
Okay. Well, anyway, regardless, that's that he's got a bunch of really, really weird RPGs, and that's what he's known for. And he's got a cult following. And it seems like a nice enough guy, I guess. But when you only have $1,000, you're gonna hit it. It's one of those things. So there you go.
Yeah, cause Smash That Shit's got like the whole.
The subtitle is called The Legend of Oral.
Yes, it is. You'll never go broke appealing to the least common denominator.
Lance, do you like the fact that like in the middle of the day all those tweets you made up stuff like that?
The what?
I send you random texts in the middle of the day about Pussy Chaser and Kickstarter.
I don't mind that you send me that. It's fine. It's entertaining. It breaks up the day, I suppose. Hey, boss. When are you gonna publish this?
The toilet game?
Yeah.
Is that my copy, Lance?
Toilet
No,
Deception?
this is my copy.
Oh, it's your copy. I think I only asked like 5 people to bring me one.
Aldi, you can have my copy
Okay.
after we play it and decide if we want to do it or
Decide
not.
that it's garbage.
Yeah.
This game is amazing. The
It's
toilet
art.
game is amazing. I wish I could. Is it in BGG? I wanted to try to find it. Well, yeah. What's it called though? I don't know what this is.
Toilet
here.
flush or something like that. Toilet chase.
Toilet chase?
Isn't it
Toilet chase.
Let me look it up.
Right, Toilet War, is it that?
It's toilet resistance. I mean,
Toilet War. I have Toilet War.
The
Actually.
Great Toilet War.
No, I have that. That's from last year or 2 years ago.
Oh, it's like a whole series of toilet games.
I think Eric did a run through.
King the toilet.
This show's going down the shitter.
Michael, I'd like to pitch my new game to you. It's called Me-no, You-or-No.
Aldi, have you always had the Bono glasses?
Something's like bugging my eyes today, so they're actually like they're gunner glasses, you know, the reduced glare or whatever. They're not like
That is not on. I'm looking, and this. I'm not finding the toilet. Toilet War is not it.
No, it's not Toilet War. That was a different. That's a different toilet paper. Who messed up the toilet? It's called.
Who messed? But it's not in there. But it's.
Yeah,
I'm
we
looking.
don't have it. We don't have it.
How can I do?
It's a resistance game, right? Like you have secret teams.
yeah.
Well, yeah, but it's way better than just resistance.
It's better than resistance.
It has toilets,
Wrong
doesn't it?
words,
Come on.
Lance.
It is 1,000 times better than resistance. I mean, there's no comparison. Ask Michael. He played it. He had a blast.
I am not a big fan of resistance, so there's that.
But you had fun playing this.
That could have just been the one-time novelty.
How much
Wanna
sake had you guys drank?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
None on that day.
So is it just resistance you don't like, or any social deduction game like that?
I usually don't like
I thought
any
it was
of them.
fun. I would play it.
Didn't you design a social deduction type game?
Yeah,
Okay, let's see.
I don't like that one either.
Is,
At least you're honest.
Isn't there like a dexterity thing where you
a box.
have to throw the
Someone else the boxes. Okay.
Yeah, that makes it cool because then you go, oh, whoops, I didn't land it in the
missed
toilet.
it on purpose
Oh.
or no?
Yeah, you just have to make it look like you didn't miss on purpose.
You
Right.
have to pay
Okay.
a coin.
Sounds a lot better than ours, doesn't it?
I'll do the 2 coins right. And also, if you wanted to move through my box, you have to pay a coin to pass it on too. Okay.
What?
Okay.
Very
I played a
loud.
new game. I played Kingdom Death Monster.
Dude, where you have.
You played Kingdom?
So if
Yeah, I
wanted
played
to
through
move here,
like 4 hours last night. It was great.
Then
But it's a shame that game is out of print. I want everybody to play that game.
Do you think it's worth how much it costs?
Is it worth $900,000 that it's costing?
Yeah,
right now?
that's basically what I'm
but
getting at,
it's-
like $1,000.
It was worth $250 what I paid for it.
So do you
Which
put
game
that in
is
your
that?
BGG library?
I'm not
Kingdom
putting it
Death
on
Monster.
the library.
I didn't think so.
The minis are way too finely intricate, and a good friend of mine helped me put them together. Well, I should say help me. He put them together for me. And he said normally minis jobs take him a few hours. This took him like a few days.
Are they fragile? Some of them look
So
really
fragile.
fragile.
Every mini's custom. You can like make it how you want. It's pretty crazy. But it's a real shame that the game's out of print because it's so good.
Which one?
Kingdom Death Monster. Well,
The one that kickstarted for like a
I'm
couple
bringing
of
my copy to
Yeah.
the con, but you'll have to find me to play it.
you should put that. You should put your copy into the library.
The cardboard standees.
That's what we just discussed.
That would be too tempting, I think, for someone to try to mess it up.
Or to just keep it.
Or it's a little conspicuous to walk out of the library with a box of 3-foot-long black box.
Yeah.
Oh, they check it in under somebody else's stolen badge.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Or make up a new
We've
band.
not had very. I've had. Well, I think I've got one game missing right now. But it could be is that I loaned it to somebody and forgot. I have to figure that out. But there was a specific game we were looking for. It's called Scoville, and couldn't find it on library.
Oh, well, we can get you more. That's fine.
We were
Has that
looking
ever happened?
because you sent us the expansion, and I can't find the base game. So I'm like, did I loan it to somebody, or did I like?
Maybe we didn't send the base game. That could be.
When did that come out? Last year?
Yeah, last year.
Shoot, I
Was
don't
it
even
after
remember.
BGG Con last year? That could be the issue.
No, it was before
The year
BGG.
before, I think.
Oh, we were probably sold out and didn't even send you one.
Could be.
That probably happened.
Because the weird thing is, I kickstarted it, and I thought I put my copy in the library for last year's con, and now it's gone.
Oh, okay.
But
Well, that could
it's
be.
not here at my
I
house.
don't know about that.
Yeah. Anyway,
Has that
I'll get you
happened
another
often
one.
in the past?
this is the one that we first noticed because we were like, we got all these expansions from publishers to put in for the library, and we couldn't find the base. But we'll do a full inventory after spring, and then we'll
Okay.
find out.
Yeah, I'll get you one.
Cool, man. Thank you.
I thought you were just kidding. I was like,
I thought
actually
he
being
was
true.
just messing with you too. He's like, oh, it's called Scoville. Oh, hey, Michael, how's it going?
at least you could have said, oh, it's called Orleans Deluxe.
Yes.
I think we've got Orleans. Did you? I think you sent us one of those.
A deluxe one?
Maybe.
If not, we should.
Yeah, send me a care package.
Okay.
I think we've
When-
got Orleans from Spiel, which those things die. Like you play that game 50 times, it's dead. Because we
Yeah.
played them at last year's BGG Con.
Oh, the
Spiel
the
des
DL
Jardins.
the DLP version?
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah.
what they brought last year, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the choice on making it whatever linen finish
Yeah.
is not
right off.
not the right thing.
Yeah, so those are all like virtually unplayable. You can play them if you really want to like struggle. You have to look at the artwork instead of the color.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the linen finish isn't as strong as a normal finish?
What?
So the linen
Not on
finish
something with
isn't...
edges like that. Not on something that keeps getting handled with the edges like that, like the chips.
Huh.
They get way faster.
Your sweat takes the ink off it.
Yeah, especially when it's linen finished.
Are you like you're sweating that much when you're playing these games? I don't understand.
Well, just look
It's
at
just natural oil on your hands.
look at anybody who's played a lot of Dominion without sleeves or Magic cards. Those get destroyed around the end. Edges. The edges on these are just so much smaller, so it looks like the whole thing got destroyed.
All right.
I gotcha.
Yeah, they got played like 50 times last year.
So you liked it?
I liked it. I think the game's awesome.
You just let us know. We'll get you some new tokens.
Okay.
Oh, hey, Michael. Maybe you
Nothing for you though, Lance.
Jeez.
Nothing.
Well, you can poke Daniel if
I'll
you don't.
Yokohama for you.
I already have a copy. Anyway, that I paid for. Anyway, so I had a couple people ask if there are any more Orleans upgrade kits anymore, or are those a thing of the past?
I don't think there was ever an upgrade kit.
Really? Okay. Somebody said, "Will an upgrade kit will upgrade kits be available again at Origins?" That was the actual question. It made me believe that there was an upgrade kit at one point.
We have never done that because the upgrade costs. Well, when we did the Kickstarter, we gave the upgrade cost basically to people at the additional cost that they paid, right? So, for if we made Orleans Deluxe, the MSRP would have to be like 150, and we weren't going to do that. So, we just got
Gotcha.
people pay the extra amount and do it up front, one time only, like we're going to do with Yokohama. Hint, hint, hint. Ha ha ha. Don't
And
miss
that's
out.
coming in June.
Yeah.
Cool.
Speaking of which, I think they know how to play the game now, so I'm going to go do that.
You're gonna go play. Remember,
Yep.
don't bother with the technology. You can't win that route.
Yeah, you can.
So there's a part of the game you can't play. As
No,
well.
I'm giving
No,
him the business.
no.
It's an old discussion that we had
Lance
as a
is
joke.
just wrong.
That's a lot of inside baseball there.
That is a lot of inside baseball, but also,
Yeah.
hey, Michael, don't forget, you can use your foreign minister on a location where there is somebody else's president pawn.
Ready?
Just remember that.
Okay. All right. Later.
Later.
So Scott, do you like put lacquer and all that on the games in the library, or is they're just what they are? Like I know some
Lacquer.
people try to protect them. You know?
We sleeve stuff that's gonna get we just sleeved Millennium Blades because I have a feeling it'll be played a lot. Holy shit, Millennium Blades takes a long time to set up.
I told
We
you.
weren't kidding, dude. We had 2 guys working on it for 3 hours each. Like they were working together for 3 hours. Like that was the only game they worked on at the library party. Yeah, crazy.
Like they were all they were doing
have
is
to-
sleeving it, or
You have to sleeve. Well, we sleeved it, and then you have to do this money thing. Like you have to count. Is it 10 bills per
It's
stack?
10. Yeah, you take 5. It only
Yeah, the game comes with like a stack of money that's like
Okay, wait, I got it right here. Hold on.
tall. You got it all? It's ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, it's cool when you see it in the end, but holy crap, it's a lot of work.
it's got a lot of cards.
It's got 900 cards. Oh,
That's
yeah.
the money.
So why not just use
Just
poker
$1.
chips and skip all that?
Because you gotta build fat stacks of cash. So you
That
take
stack is
5.
just one.
Yeah, it's take 5 bills and put it in one direction, and the other 5 in the opposite direction. They're only printed on one side,
Right.
and then that's a 1. They're really cool once they're done. They're just a pain in the ass to put together.
And sleeving 800 cards is not that easy.
I'm curious
And
how much
sorting
time
them.
people are willing. Go ahead, Scott.
No, go ahead. I mean, I'm done.
Well,
I'm
nobody
curious
plays
how much
games with
time
paper
people are
money
willing
anyway.
to.
Go ahead, Barry.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
You got the floor, Barry.
Yeah, okay. Barry, take your 10 minutes. We'll shut up.
I'm curious how much time people are willing to put into these games, because like a lot of them are coming out where they are time investment, like Shadows of Brimstone and the
Rebellion.
legendary. They had 600 cards that you had to sort and all that, and then this one. I'm curious to see, what you guys think. How long you're willing to invest on preparing for a game to play it.
How much time it takes to play it if I really want to play it.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. Like, something you have to, you could just get poker chips and play with poker chips, but you have to see what the whole idea and the premise of why you want to do the money. So you have to kind of do it anyway. But, yeah, so. And there's like 9 billion cards in the game that you gotta pack and then
They all
unpack
have
it.
to be sorted every time.
Yeah.
You make a stack of 200 cards to play with out of the 800 that come in the game, and then you have to re-sort those all when you're done. It's an investment.
Yeah, I don't know.
But is the game fun?
Millennium Blades?
I haven't played it yet.
Spent 4 hours prepping
It looks good. It looks good to me. I'd play it.
It's one of those games that I think everyone who plays it, you're either gonna love it or you're gonna be like, yeah, that's interesting.
The concept sounds interesting.
If you're one of those people that needs to know what every single card in the game does, like as you're playing, you're not going to be able to play this game. I don't think you can grasp all the cards.
Well, here's the thing. It's a deck building game, and you're pretty much building half of your deck with cards that you have no idea what they are. Because you only get to see the back of the card.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because when you're buying
the expansion, yeah, you get to see what set they're from.
You get to see what set they're from, and it has the symbols to give you an idea of what the card does. And obviously, each expansion, like some of them, there's not that many cards in the group, so you know which one you have a pretty good shot at getting. But you still don't know exactly which card you're getting. So it's supposed to represent the whole. Oh, I'm buying a pack of the new stuff that came out, and that's the one card from the pack that I'm going to use.
Well, yeah, because that's the way it is. Because when people buy the packs, they're looking for that one card,
Right.
And so I like that. I like how it's like you're basically throwing away, 27 lands, or
Right.
whatever, and then you're keeping one thing. I mean, it's his, in my opinion, it's Brad's best design that he's come up with. I mean, and that includes Battle of Indines, which is pretty good too. So.
Yeah. Indines is amazing. Brad is like a special guy. Like I have to admit, like to come up with this and then make 800 cards. It just boggles my mind how you do that.
Well, this was in creation for him for a long time too. He's been working on this for quite a while, and this was definitely a passion project for him. So, most people would not try to tackle this game. They would. The idea of it would be just like, oh, geez, are you kidding me? So, and it was in it was in production for a long time and hinted at for a long time. So, there you go.
This was a self-published game, right?
Yeah,
And it's level 99. Yeah.
Yeah, he went through Kickstarter for it, I believe.
Yes.
Just the sound from what you're saying about the components. I think most publishers would kind of steer away from that.
No, he did it on purpose. That's what he wanted. He wanted it to represent cash because you don't buy collectible cards with
$1.
but you don't buy them with poker chips.
True.
That's why he wanted to use.
I don't buy them with
he wanted
stacks
money.
of cash either. I use a damn credit card like normal people.
Where's your credit card, man? Where's your credit card? Looking forward to trying it.
I mean, let's be honest. To be fair, I mean, like when I play it, I use poker chips. So I mean, it's just.
Oh, because you can't use paper money because you're so elitist.
Well, he did that poker chip
No.
review.
Elitist.
He's got a.
I shall not use paper money. Paper money is for the peasants.
No, that isn't it at all. It's just poker chips. Just it's. You can stack it. You can. Never mind.
You can stack this.
Yeah.
These poker chips. You gotta use them.
With the stacks like this, it's almost like playing with Baccarat placards.
James Bond, I raise you. Yeah.
That's fine. That's fine. I don't care. Just you're not going to get me going, Anthony. Not today.
I will get you.
Nope.
You said that once before, and I got you.
You're not going to ride me up. This is not happening. Anyway, so.
Hey, Lance. Lance, can you show one of your new GMT games?
Oh. Eventually, those will arrive. I'm not worried. I'm not. No concern. Just it'll happen. No big deal. Oh, it's just they're the P500s for the coin series. Like they had the new one and then the two long-awaited reprints of both A Distant Plane and Cuba Libre.
Yep.
Yeah.
Basically, all of them happened at the exact same time, and so there were, instead of like their standard of, oh hey, we have 500 games to ship. It was all of a sudden, oh hey, we have like 5,000 games to ship.
5,000 games going out.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's.
Oh, I totally would. I wouldn't mind to have a copy of those games.
You can still.
You can still, yeah.
Oh, you can still buy them.
Go to GMT Games and just buy all three.
Or you can just go to Miniature Market and pre-order them right now, and you'll get them in a few weeks.
Okay.
Are they in pre-order?
All three of them are on Miniature Market, and only Falling Sky, the new one, is on Cool Stuff.
One I'm waiting.
I go to Fun Again, I'll get 40% off. I wonder if that counts.
GMT had a game called Medieval Conspiracy come out like about a month ago, and I've been waiting for that to be on pre-order or on any online game store. It just isn't. I want to play it, but I don't want to pay $80 for it.
What game?
Medieval Conspiracy.
Evil Conspiracy?
Medieval Conspiracy.
Oh, Medieval.
Medieval Conspiracy. It looks pretty cool. It looks like they.
1989.
Oh yeah. Good game.
$35 I paid for it, brand new in shrink. I'm the man.
It's not a bad price.
Had a $65 price sticker on it.
Where'd you pick that up at?
Someone put it in an auction on BGG. So I put in the first bid. It was $20 the opening bid, so I put 20, and I was going back and forth with some guy, and like literally got to it got to that point where I was like 30. He's like 31. And I'm like 32. He's like 33, and I went to 35, and I put the little gif in of Captain America going, "I could do this all day," and he gave up.
Nice.
I scared him off, so I got it for $35.
That auction system on BGG sucks. I lost out.
I know. I've been trying to tell the guy who runs
lost out on the Coinhead Master Set collection. I was totally going to win it, and then I forgot that I was in a bidding war, and left for the afternoon, and then I lost.
Why didn't you just ban the guy you were bidding against for the day so that you could lock it up?
Because I'm an honest man.
You should have hacked that guy's account and said, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't want to bid. Give it to that other guy."
I have been telling the guy who runs the show over there repeatedly how he needs to change it, and he just does not care. He's just too busy counting his millions. But if you go to the GMT games and like look at their P500, you'll find Medieval Conspiracy. The game sounds like a lot of fun. I mean, it sounds like it'll be a long game, but it's for like 2 to 6 people. It's about the Holy Roman Empire and just like the ins and outs and fighting it. But there's one thing is just like why oh why. If you go to the thing, look at it, and you'll see. And then I'm going to share my screen here. You'll see why oh why did they use this for the cards. It's just like, and they even if you track the background of it, they actually said like, oh, we know people have a problem. Like look at just trying to read the like that old English.
Of Hessen? What the frick?
Yeah, it's like the first
Did
one.
it say nutsack?
Is that City Rights?
Reichstag.
City. No, but I mean, place a Reichstadt marker into any fiefdom you control. I mean, it's just like you really. Why? Why?
Oh my
into
god.
any-
Maybe put the title in that script, but come on.
Yeah. Why? You know,
So you
it's just
like-
like itinerant preacher. You know, place the itinerant preacher into a fiefdom you control. It's just, why would they do that? It's just,
Well, they used clip art for Twilight Struggle. I don't know why they did that.
yeah.
It's like, can you guys put an art list on this thing?
Art's expensive. Stop it.
Oh yeah, 6.
Yes.
But the game looks really cool, and I'm just waiting for it to show up on Second Market. So I can, like I said,
Is it out?
Hey,
It-
welcome Lord Javi to the audience tonight.
Who?
Lord Javi is hello from San Antonio.
Oh, well,
He's working night shift and joining us.
is Kabuki Kid in? Remember we were going to have
Of course.
Kabuki Kid?
Oh, so we before we started, I was talking to Kabuki Kid, and I've actually met her
Yeah.
Where did you meet her?
at Jeff Engelstein's house.
Oh.
I'm waiting for somebody to call her him again. So
I thought it was a man.
No,
I don't know.
it's-
I mean, Kabuki, for some reason, I got a male vibe off of it. But,
Well, we asked her to be on. Did she say she'd be on or not?
we had asked her. That she
did
said
you
she-
send her an invite?
Well, I don't have an email, so
have her contact you.
I don't know. If she's listening right now, she could just say yes, and then somebody could
Slip-
email her.
Slip her a note in study hall.
There you go. Barry, make it happen.
There, make it happen.
Kabuki, if you want to go on, send me an email.
As you
GameGamer.
wish, my master.
Gmail.com.
Has anybody played Rebellion yet?
Yes.
We just talked about it. We've been
Yeah,
talking about it last week,
welcome,
too.
welcome to an hour ago. Jeez.
We talked about it 2 weeks ago too.
What did you think, Scott? I know you like them
Oh, I
shorter
liked it
games.
a lot. I liked it a lot. It's really good.
Were you Rebel Scum or the Imperials?
Rebel Scum.
Me too.
So it was a
Man, I got owned in the last game I played of it. I just got everything wiped off the board and just could not
I didn't blow up a Death Star, so at least I
couldn't get a
accomplished that.
foothold on anything.
The Rebels felt super stressful to me because you don't have enough resources
Oh, yeah.
to jack
You have
squat.
no, you're just running away.
Oh, and I wanted to kill the Death Star so I could get 2 points, right? But
Yeah.
I had to throw everything I had, and as soon as it died, I was screwed. I finally got some Mod Cal cruisers out, but I got them at the same time, and I only had like one place to put them, which was in the Rebel base at that time.
Yeah, it's tough if you don't get good production early.
Well, the Empire can go just squash
Yeah,
it so quickly.
they just spread around and they grab all the good production planets, and you're like, okay, well, I guess I'm not building anything in this game.
Nope. I'm not building squad. If you don't get Mon Cal cruisers built like going
Turn
in the
one.
first build series, you're done.
Yeah.
You're going to be playing with Rebel troopers and freaking X-wings, and that's it. You can be a deep doo-doo real quick if the Empire knows what he's doing.
All right.
And it depends
Kabuki-
on your random seed, too, so.
Kabuki doesn't have a webcam, so she can't.
Okay, but Kabuki, send me an email at thecardboardjungle@gmail.com, and I will send you a webcam.
Well, does she have a microphone? She could just be on and like voice.
Does she have an
over.
iPhone? I'm just using an iPad right now.
Yeah.
Well, that's fine. She doesn't have to be on if she doesn't want to. Let's not.
And she's in her PJs too. So
Well,
No.
go back and watch
Stop
the
it.
old Rhiannon episodes. That was pretty standard for
I
her.
put her hand and what?
Barry doesn't have pants
Rhiannon's
I've never had pants on.
Rhiannon's just too cool for school for us. I don't know. And
Too much
I think she's
wrestling.
being a grown-up.
that's actually more accurate, probably.
Probably true.
Which is unfortunate because who wants to grow up? Nobody. That's who.
Oh, I played Civilizations. That was
I
a
didn't
new,
like that
new
one.
game to me. Did anybody play that?
Civilizations,
No.
right? That's a good game.
I enjoyed it.
It's a play like 2-3 times and probably never play again.
The stealing action felt wrong to me, but
Oh, you're that type of player, though.
You know, I play with people I don't know, and then I have to figure out who do I want to steal with and who do I want to piss off the least.
Did you just call Oldie a wuss? Come on now.
No, I'm not saying.
Actually, I knew
No,
everybody. I didn't want to hurt anybody's
Oh,
feelings.
yes.
I don't want to
I
hurt
play-
anybody's feelings. But then, of course, one of the women in the game that sitting right across from me gets the sword, which lets you steal twice or twice as much or something crazy. And boom, she's stealing like left and right, no problem. I'm like, I don't know if I should steal from somebody.
My sister's the same way. She doesn't like fuck the next guy games either.
Oh, jeez. Do you have a filter? I mean,
No.
Nah, never did.
Only coffee filters, that's it. Filtered
No,
cigarettes.
I don't
Those are the
drink
only
coffee.
filters Barry owns.
Barry. I wouldn't change it for the world.
Could, if you wanted to.
Does anybody have any access to grind? That's always fun. I like listening to if people have
Yeah,
complaints.
Travis- Airing of the
Where's
grievances?
Travis been?
Travis is out.
He was just at Coolmanir NotCon. I'm sure he has lots to talk about.
He said he's out for
Gateway
a
now, isn't
couple
They only
weeks.
had like 15 games there.
He's probably a gateway, isn't he? Or the one that Michael's at.
Geekway.
Gateway in the West.
I don't know.
Probably there, isn't he?
I messaged him. He says he's not back in town till June. So
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean he's Mr. Busy Man, so
Come on.
what? He's a busy guy, right? Yeah, I don't know, maybe. He's busy. Well, they've got like another 5 or 6 more games coming out this year, and so it's just like they are
He
trying.
just had the Aeos game, right? Aeos
Yeah.
something.
Aeon something or other.
Aeon's
Yeah,
End.
yeah, that's
Aeon's
pretty good.
End.
That was pretty good.
Surprised he didn't come on here. Like I don't even think a single time to talk about that again.
He was on.
Oh, was it? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it blew,
Missed
that
it.
game blew up for him, so it did pretty well.
Yeah.
So gripes. I mean,
I'm
other
so-
than one of guys were talking about before we went on the air.
What was
Did
that?
you get your copy of Salem yet?
Oh.
Do you know how many Salems we put in the library? Like, there's at least 4 games called Salem right now.
Yeah.
Just came out.
It doesn't mean
No,
they're
I haven't
good.
gotten it.
New Salem, something.
Salem Light, and Salem Unfiltered.
Yeah.
I'm not. I didn't want to back Salem. I'm waiting for Virginia Slim.
Nice. Yeah, I don't know.
Anybody
How
get Fujian Trader and have the smell of it?
Nope.
Anybody get
What?
Fujian Trader? Fujian Trader?
I've heard it's a pretty good game. What's
Oh
wrong?
my god, it
What's wrong?
smells like it's it's some kind of vapor, like varnish maybe, something.
Smells like
really
chemicals.
bad. Yeah, it's nasty.
Like what? Like it just has a stench to it, or
Yeah.
Like a plastic stench, or?
It's hard to describe. It's just not pleasant.
My favorite complaint on how a game smelled was Viva Java Dice with the burlap bag that comes with it, and they're like, "This smells horrible." I'm like, "It smells like burlap, jackass."
It didn't smell like burlap. It smelled like
Yeah.
some kind of weird.
Well, burlap does not smell great.
Oh, I like when someone's trying to sell a copy of Stone Age, and the first question everyone asks is, "Does your cup smell?
Yeah, I'll send them a
Oh, does your cup smell
Does your cup smell?"
like leather? You mean?
Well,
Yeah,
it's like that rawhide. That
It smells like sweat.
yeah, I don't understand why everybody made a big stink about that. It was just stink. You know, it's just like it's a leather cup. I thought that was like the cool thing about Stone Age was that they just had that cup in there.
Yeah, it just took on like the scent of sweat to me.
it's like an
Once
old
again,
catcher's mitt.
how much are you sweating while you play these games?
It wasn't my
Well, it's
cup.
where he's putting that cup. So
Dude, I play games, 1 or 2 times at most.
You're kind of like me in that regard.
Yeah, I'm definitely a game
Lance, how's your cup smell?
taster. I'm a taster, not a Feaster.
Yeah, that's what she said. No, I agree. Gosh, yeah, I haven't had any like new. I mean, other than like I said, I got Yokohama and I did that. I mean, I played Guilds of London, but I don't want to talk about it because
You
then I'll have
can't
to
talk
listen
about
to.
anything you saw in Japan, right?
No.
Well,
Wait, hold on.
Nice week.
Yeah, I'll be right back. You can talk
Well,
about
that episode, by the way, is lost in time. I don't know if you guys realize that.
Yeah, we do.
Can't watch
I-
it. The show's gone.
I submitted a ticket on it, so
Oh, you did? Okay.
yeah. So I mean, theoretically, I mean, they're gonna fix it. So I have no idea. I mean, that's too bad because I told all my good stories at the that I ran into.
No, I wanted to hear all of it.
It wasn't. I mean, I don't know. It wasn't like I did battle with Mothra or anything. So I mean, it's not like it was anything that was like completely over the top. But supposedly. There you
Has
go.
anybody played Valeria Card Kingdom?
Yes.
Yes.
Is it good?
I
I've
like
heard
it.
Good things.
I
People.
I like it. I mean,
Is
it's
that the
not a
one
heavy
that's-
game or anything, but
Is that the one that's supposed to be a better version of Machikoro? Or am I
that would be
thinking
my
Right,
description.
Machikoro like.
Yeah. It's a
Okay.
Machikoro that isn't horrible.
Yeah, it's. If I were to compare that Dice City and Machikoro, I would play Valeria first out of all three.
Interesting.
And I would play Machikoro last in that list. It is just about like Machikoro, except you got a lot more crap happening. You're able to do stuff more often, is my opinion of it. So I think it's a lot better. Because you roll 2 dice all the time, and then you yield each die's value plus the combined dice value. And so you can get up to 3 resources generating on every person's turn, not just your own turn. Because there is always an effect that is triggered for a roll on everyone's cards. Whereas in Machikoro, just some cards do that. So you have to stay engaged the entire game with Valeria Card Kingdom. And so there's always something for you to do. You can gather a lot of resources when it's not your turn, but you're going to gather a lot more on your turn. So I think it is a much better version of Machikoro myself. So. And it's got a really nice insert.
You know what? Even if the insert is like nice, it seems like I'm always ditching it anyway. Just throwing it out.
This one I had no desire to ditch because it came with card dividers, it came with foam blocks, and it came with something different I hadn't seen. So it's got individual wells for the wooden pieces and little foam plugs that plop into the wells so that they don't spill if you turn the game on its side.
Huh.
And then it's got the well for the cards and everything, and then it's got an extra well that you don't even need that's for future use. So they did a really good job, and there's no reason to chuck that one until it outgrows it. But they did some innovative design that I've never seen anybody do, which was the little foam plugs to keep your components in the component wells, which is pretty neat.
So it just like a cover slides
Yeah.
down.
Well, no, it's just little foam blocks like you have to fill up, like you would have for filler spaces for your cards, but they're cut and they come in the little wells for where your tokens go. So it's just a plug to put on top so the stuff doesn't fall out.
The
They did a really good job.
Quadropolis insert is pretty good.
Quadropolis has a really good insert.
Pretty good.
It's great.
And don't
As
throw away
long
your-
as they never hope to expand the game.
Well, no, that's they're 50 different.
Yeah, and then it'll be useless. But yeah, I like the way Quadropolis put the insert page in there to say don't throw away your punch boards, stick them under the thing, gave the pro tip. But I actually saw a manual do that for one of the first board games I bought, which was the Castle Ravenloft board game, told you to do that. I'm like, oh, cool. And so I learned that pro tip early on, but a lot of people don't get taught that.
You just like saying pro tip.
I do, anytime I get a chance.
Linus, the screen's locked on you.
Oh, good, because I'm beautiful.
No matter what you say.
Did anybody back the Call of Cthulhu RPG?
No.
Oh, the one that's the
The
giant
one that
ass now?
bankrupted them. Yeah.
I,
You want to see why it bankrupted them?
Well, because the cost to ship everything.
Yeah. If I can actually get it, lift it up.
But it
They
sounds like
$10.
they actually did take a pretty aggressive attitude towards fixing it though, and they went and got like people to like inject some money into the company and stuff like that.
Right. Yeah, I think Sandy Peterson jumped in.
Well, he jumped in to help right the ship a little bit, and then they got another company to step in and do it. So yeah, I'm kind of kicking myself that I didn't get in on that Kickstarter when it was going on.
Pretty insane.
Yeah.
So I think they vastly undercharged international.
Well, yeah, because the thing is that at the time, I think it was one of those things where they had the quote for the price for shipping at that time, and maybe they were trying to give the people a little bit of a deal, and then like
Right.
it took so long
We
before.
sold 5,000 copies and 5,000. Yeah.
Well, it was kind of like when that first like B-Day Dice or whatever, when they gave away the town, you know, like for like a $15 pledge, you got, you know, $80 worth of game, and so like everybody was just like, oh, here you go, you know, and just handing it over, and then all of a sudden it was like, there goes the company. So
Yeah, those Line for Life people got their money's worth though.
they did, didn't they?
Yeah, I was one of them.
That was a thing for a while. I remember there were like games like that came out, like Hellgate London and stuff like that. There were like, or
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that one lasted a long time too, didn't it?
like the Lord of the Rings like MMO, you know, where you could pay like, you know, $300 and you never had to pay a monthly fee, and then you'd always be able to log in and you'd get all the expansions and everything. And that was a thing for a little while.
And those games never had
very
expansions.
few pays off. Very rarely pays off.
I remember like, this is way back, like playing Car Wars, the Auto Duel Quarterly, which was like the coolest magazine. They had like, you know, for a year, and it had all the like the new weapons and cars and fiction and all kinds of cool stuff that Steve Jackson games came out. And you could get a subscription to it, and it was like, I don't know, it was something outlandish, like, you know, like $30 for 4 copies. So, you know, but they cost $10 each in the stores, so it was actually a better deal. But they actually had in there a lifetime subscription, like you'd get it forever, and it was like something like $120. And I was like, I always thought that would have been cool. Oh, I'll get Auto Duel Quarterly for the rest of my life, and then, we stopped making them. You know, it's like everything must end, right? So, but that's just the way it is, I guess.
Is it last week's show you said's missing, Oldie?
Yeah, last week's is.
It showed up 6 minutes ago.
Did it?
It's on there now.
I guess I gotta download that one too. Okay.
Oh, did I get an email?
I don't know, but it's posted as of 6 minutes ago.
Hold on. Yeah, YouTube sent me an email. Thank you for submitting your yeah, okay. They somehow, I don't know, who knows what it is. But they published it out. And if I want, I can make it private now.
Okay.
I don't think I will though.
Okay.
Oh, that's right. Because right now people can get this on iTunes, right?
Not that one. But yeah.
Yes. But due to the valiant efforts of
Mr. Barry Reynolds,
my main man, Barry Reynolds.
Yes. On iTunes, it's ID number 1101690187.
Bingo.
Or just look for the Weekly Alaboom.
You're the man.
I'm pretty quick at it.
That's what she said.
Warning, explicit content.
Well, the first 100, you know, they were a little tough, but
Nice. Well done.
So I played 51st State, the solo variant. Has anybody done that?
I did that Monday night or Sunday, one of the
I hear you play a lot of solo variants.
Lately,
just trailing off, yeah.
And anybody that says they don't is a liar.
What would you think about it, Keith?
I thought it was a much simpler solo variant than Imperial Settlers.
Yeah.
I also thought it was a much easier solo variant than Imperial Settlers.
Yeah. I'm still up in the air how I feel about this new version of 51st.
I
don't know
like
if
it,
like
but
the
I
old
never played
version
the other
better or
one.
not. Yeah.
I think it's a solid game.
Yeah, it is.
I played the solo so I could try the New Era, because the first time I tried 51st, I just used the straight up 51st state. Then I shuffled in New Era and tried that, which added some different stuff, and I actually thought it made the game a little bit easier because it gave you more stuff you could do. And I haven't tried Winter yet, but man, sorting in and out all those damn cards is a bitch.
Yeah.
Because it's a real small icon. So the only negative I'll give Ignacy on that one is I wish he had made a larger designation of the expansion so you could sort your cards easier. Because hunting for that little 51st state or New Era word on the side was a pain in the ass.
Yeah, he does like his small fonts. Yeah,
That one's not just Marty and Tony small. That one's freaking tiny.
Not Marty and Tony small. I think that's a good soundbite. Let's keep that one out there for a while.
Hey, if Marty heard it, he knows what I mean.
Well, 51st State is still like my favorite game by him, and the that version, I like it. Just mostly because I don't have a scoring track in the back of the box. But
I was wondering, did they change the scoring in that game?
Yeah, it's a board now, and I think they lowered it.
Scoring where it's always an absolute score, or you don't like gain score. Or I can't remember how.
You gotta go up to 25 points, and whoever
gets it, it's a race basically.
Well, you get to 25, and that triggers in game, and then you'll add up your locations plus any
I think the first time I played it where I was scoring every turn. Like, that's easy to confuse, right? Like, you're like, oh, I scored 5 points. Oh, I scored 5 points. Oh, I scored 5
points. Actually, that's not a very common mistake. Most people aren't idiots when they play games.
You score points when you score.
Hey, how's that room for BGG?
Let me check my records.
I'm pretty sure he got you one.
I'll take the one you're not giving the land party.
Is his room in Austin now?
Austin.
You can catch an Uber.
Yeah.
He couldn't even be your mule in Japan, all the shit you do for him.
He didn't even offer me to get me the stupid mushroom game. I mean, come on.
I didn't even know that game existed until I got there.
I'm just busting your balls.
Aldi, how many things have I asked you for?
I don't need that many. I don't need any games. Believe me.
Trust me, you're gonna want the Twilight game.
I don't know what to do, guys. What am I gonna do? I need solutions.
To what?
Besides just vastly giving away tons of games.
Solutions for what?
Hundreds and hundreds of games I need to get rid of.
Oh, you gotta get rid of hundreds of games?
I don't want to spend time selling them. I don't know how to do it. I guess there's really no other way besides donation.
Do a charity auction at the BBG
Spring. But I can't do it. It only can sell 100 games that way. I need to sell like 1,000 games. Or do something.
What do you mean you could only sell 100 games? You could easily sell 1,000 games.
He means if he does an auction, it'll take.
If I do an auction, it takes
just
forever.
Price them and make yourself a
probably
a liquidation sale.
It's just an ordeal. It's a big thing. It's a big project.
Or you could,
I would donate the money to charity. It's not a big. It's like.
Well, yeah, it's just it. Do it.
I just don't want to make it like a.
Have it be a charity auction thing, man. I mean,
we do a charity auction, but it takes 2 hours, and we can only go through about 100 games.
Just have a store that runs the whole thing until it's empty, and then run it till like.
The problem is like I have to put that on my wife, or I have to put it on some.
Yeah, you got to put it on some poor schmuck.
Person.
Yeah, how about if you
maybe Lance could do it as payment for the damn room he's asking for.
Shut your mouth. How about this? If you took 1,000 games divvy them up into like 50 game lots, and then so you could have 20 lots and just have them be a mystery barrel, and just sell them, for whatever, and just have. You don't have to do anything. You can just say, it's just like, you could set up the boxes, because you'd have 50 boxes, no, 20 boxes, 50 games each, and you don't even have to do mystery boxes. You could literally put a list of each game that's on there, and like just say, and just have like a blind auction. Like people could just they write down what they're willing to spend and put it in a box in front of each one of the things, each list, and then whoever says, yeah, I'm willing to give you $800 for these 50 games, they'd win. And you could even do it if you wanted to give it, like, totally be it for charity and just to get rid of the games. You could even say, like, we'll ship it home, we'll ship it to your house. Like you'll put those boxes and you'll put it in some giant box. Like you can even do that. You can get those giant FedEx boxes, the big ones, and you could just cram the games in there. And each one, and it's just like, and no trading, no swapping in or out. And then have set up a box and people just can blind bid. Whoever bids the most, okay, you won it for $850 or whatever. Just give us the check, give us the cash, and we'll ship it home to you. Your games will follow you home after you leave BGGCon. Or if you happen to live local, you can just throw it in your car and go home with it.
Right.
That way you don't have to lug them anywhere. You can leave them where they are. You just have a list. And then you can just say, these are, it's like, these are games that I've had in my collection. Some of them are going to be in shrink. Some of them haven't been played. Some of them have. It's caveat emptor.
As is, no refunds.
No refunds. And whatever you get, you get. And then then you're done. And you take all that money and you donate it to Lupus or whatever it is you're going to donate to, and then you're done.
I just wish there was a website where it had like a marketplace where people could buy board games and stuff.
I know. How can I sell 1,000 games? I would basically have to hire.
That's what minions are for.
Here you go, Scott. You send one box of games to every reviewer you know, and they have a contest type deal. An auction for each channel. Do it that way.
I disagree.
I say send a box to Keith and make him do reviews.
I mean, just trying to list all those for sale would take an ungodly amount of time.
Well, go to the user BGG storage, and that's how many games we have to get rid of. BGG space storage. It's ridiculous. And we just pulled another 400 out this weekend. And I'll be pulling another 400 out. Actually,
so where do we go to see what's in there?
I'll be pulling another 800 out in the fall. Say again?
Where do we go to see this list?
The user is BGG storage.
Okay.
BGG space storage.
I gotta look this up.
We've cherry picked it.
Looking at it right now.
So you pull 800 games a year out, or is this?
Yeah, because we're getting about 800 to 1,000 new games a year. So there's 2,000 in storage right
now.
Right.
That's some good stuff in there. I mean, we pulled out a lot of the, what I would call the rare gems. Those are the things we auctioned off. Like a spare copy of Queen's Gambit. Some of the old Tree Frog games, stuff like that. We've got over $10,000 a year at BGG-Con.
Which is nothing when you're the $77.5 million man, but
believe me, I wish I could do more. I will do more. I mean, with these 2,000 games, and I'm running out of space. That's 2,000. That 2,000 games is I want to say 20 pallets worth.
So you sell the 2,000 games, then you take the money, and then you put it towards a down payment of a new house that's bigger, that you can hold more games.
I think you overestimate the value of these things.
Yes.
And then I can imagine people listening to this, listening to
believe me, my woes are not
listen to you complain, and people are just like, oh yeah, so woe is you.
I mean, it's what we.
You really have 4 copies of Caveman: The Quest for Fire?
Yeah. Well, they're from Jay.
Well, 2 of them don't have barcodes.
Oh.
Those could be stolen at any moment.
Well, they're in storage, right?
No, this isn't your personal collection, right? This is just
No. My personal collection
It's priceless.
His personal collection has good games in it.
Yeah.
That ain't right.
I haven't even read it yet. So.
There's tons of good games in here.
Well, you can get the rare D-Day dice.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I didn't even know that was rare.
No, I don't know.
Well,
I just make it shit up.
Rare would have to would incorporate the idea that it was good.
Well, there are rare games that you would never want to own, of course.
Yeah. And then you can just if you get that, you can just turn around and just drop it off at your Goodwill and
I have
be
a copy of Energy Poker in storage.
Of what?
Energy Poker.
What the hell is that?
It's one of the. It's like an old rare German game people were dying for back in the day. Energy with an IE. Energy.
I remember when I years and years and years ago. Gosh, I was in grade school. My dad's old high school in Grafton, North Dakota, was shutting down, and they literally auctioned off everything that was part of the school. They auctioned off the desks. They auctioned off the books from the library. They auctioned off. I mean, and right down to the building. They auctioned off the building as well. And you could buy the building and then the land or whatever. And I remember we went there and it was kind of like a reunion that they did as well. So all these people that had gone to school there came back and it's a small town in North Dakota, so they had a graduating class of 50 people. So it wasn't like it was a ton of people, but I remember we camped out, we had a tent, it was a lot of fun. And I remember I picked a they just had boxes of books from the library, and then you could try to win. They just say, okay, this is the next box 7 of books from the library, and I remember I had found in one of the boxes there was some books on astronomy in there, and I remember I asked my dad to win that, and he did, and he won that. I remember I got these cool astronomy books from his old high school, and then he was actually pretty excited too because there was actually inside the box there was some English literature books that he liked too. Well, I haven't thought of that in years. Auctioning off a high school. And then he told me that some kid
they would just crank through it, right? I mean, there was no.
Oh yeah.
And they didn't care about the price.
They were just anything they got it. And then my father when I was 6 or 7 years old, and my father instilled in me the idea. He said that because we were at the playground they had for the school, and I remember I was on the swings and I was sitting there, and my dad told me that he knew a guy that had gone all the way around on the swings once. He'd gotten going fast enough, and so for years I thought that was something you could actually do. You could actually get enough momentum that you could actually go all the way around. If you got going fast enough. Then I was and even as a kid too, I was there. I was there's no way. It's because when you're swinging and you get to that point where you're too high up and you kind of do that fall.
Yeah,
where the swing catches you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's just I remember sitting there and no, you'd fall and crack your head, and he's no. He got going really really fast. And then he said, and then at the very end, he had 3 guys just run behind him and push as hard as they could, and he went all the way around. And I was maybe he did do it. Just
it's in the realm of possibilities.
Yes, and then I watched and then the MythBusters did a show on it as to whether or not it could work, and they actually of course they were trying to show that by your own power there was no way you couldn't possibly ever, and then they were well, could you do it if you had somebody pushing you really hard, and they were they didn't have enough strength to the resistance that was there and everything, they couldn't, and so then they actually finally just had one where they made a mock-up one, and they basically put a rocket engine, small rocket engines on the swing and weighted down the swing, and they got it to go around like that. That was the only way they could finally pull it off or something. That was just I was watching that show. I was like, I knew it. My father, he's a liar. But, oh well.
Hey, you've got Predaporter in there.
Oh yeah, Predaporter.
Yeah, not a Predaporter.
They've been talking about retheming that for a long time.
Yeah, I thought it was
Yeah,
not
they're
come
still
back as a
working on
video
it.
game theme.
Yep.
Yeah, to not be about fashion or whatever.
Yeah, they should just leave it.
It's gonna be about video games.
Well,
Yeah,
thanks.
bah.
Welcome to 20 seconds ago, Anthony. No,
All right, I'm going. Good night.
Viva Java, the coffee game's out of print and in demand. You got 2 of those.
Viva what?
Viva Java.
Okay. See, the longer I let this sit, the more valuable it becomes, just by virtue of the way the industry is now.
Sure.
Like games that were like so easy to find and play today, tomorrow.
well,
Hey,
it's weird.
not
It's
so
weird
much.
that how do games like go out of print? You know, I mean, it's one of those things where it's just like,
Mendez. Let's ask Mendez. Is he still around?
no, he's
Gone.
not.
Like, would he let a certain game go out of print? Like, it's just not worth it anymore for the publisher to print it because they're only going to sell like 50 copies or something.
Yeah.
It creates the secondary market, which, those 50 people might want to be willing to pay twice or 3 times as much, which makes you think that it's in demand.
Well, and it's just also, it's like, I recently found out that like Glenn Moore is finally going to get a reprint.
Oh, welcome to 5 minutes ago, Lance.
I
Oh,
thought they were redoing it, or is that a different guy?
see, like I was like, oh, he left. I wonder why. And now you're back.
Because someone was being a jerk.
Oh, I'm sorry, Anthony, but you're still not winding me up. You mentioned CO2's out of print.
Yeah.
Probably.
Really?
I would not be surprised if it was.
Huh.
S in the game, Spiel 13, with the guy on the. Hey, you're finally gonna go to Essen this year, right?
Me? No, I'm not going to Essen.
Oh, you're not going? What?
I
You
went
go to Japan, but not Essen?
I had a choice.
Yeah.
I had to go to Japan or Essen, and I went to Japan. So.
What?
I've told you this. I don't know
That
how
was a
many
choice?
times.
I didn't hear that.
Like if I were to go to Essen, I would be basically going over my wedding anniversary, and
Take your wife.
Yeah, I want to. And
It's coming back to me now.
Yeah, I want my key to work in the door when I get home. So.
Yeah, and she is too good for you, so I could understand the fear.
Yeah.
All right, so Warhammer Quest Silver Tower. Has anybody done any research into this?
Nope.
I know it costs
Very
$150 per
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, it's
That's the
$150 to pre-order, and I'm trying to decide if I want to do it.
There's people actually posting videos of them going through the White Dwarf magazine and talking about the pictures. Like, that's how crazy people are for this game.
Yes.
And that video gets like 10,000 views.
Is Warhammer Quest that good?
It's okay.
Probably
It's,
beyond its time. I mean,
it
That's
is.
my question. Is it going to be dated as shit when you get a hold of it?
Probably.
Here's my theory, and I just let me talk a little bit here about this. Is that the whole thing with that is that it is.
Wait. I think that's my one and only thing I could get away with. I'm dead now, right?
It wasn't me.
I'm so
Warhammer Quest is a game that was perfect for its time. It really was, and but it is not. I mean, and like I said, I've told my tale of woe. I had a copy. I had most of the weird, like little tiny expansions that were tough to get a hold of.
Yep.
But then I loaned it to somebody who vanished with it, like when I was young. So, which makes me sad. But my recollections of it were like there were lots of things that were fun about it, because it was for its time it was really innovative. But now there's just so many dungeon crawl games out there, that are either that have AI that you play against.
Yeah, Kingdom Death Monster, man. Holy crap.
You keep talking about this.
I mean, it's a dungeon crawl in essence. You're fighting a monster, and it has an AI deck. You don't control it; it controls itself.
Why is Games Workshop so secretive about these games? I don't understand that. You know, it's. I know they had a
They're
thing in
just
the
getting
past.
going. Like they just restarted all this stuff, and they're not integrated into the whole world of the board game media as it is right now. They're still kind of on the outside. I mean, we were trying to get them interviewed at Gamma Trade Show, but we just ran out of time. Like we could not squeeze them in.
Yeah, I know for a while they were like suing people left and right just for mentioning their name and stuff. Like that. Yeah, which baffles me, but
Just
Oh, it was copyright violations, but yeah. No, I mean, so the one thing I saw about the game is there is a dexterity element where you have to stack dice. And you have to make sure one pip shows on every on the top face as you stack them. So there's a dexterity element in this game as you're crossing a rope bridge. That's the one thing I've seen so far.
and that's not.
And that's not typical.
That's not the Warhammer Quest like I'll say that right now. But
Well, it's all set in the Tzeentch universe, right? Like the Tzeentch demon.
yeah,
So I don't know anything about Tzeentch, whatever.
yeah.
I know it's like the blue deck in Magic is what I've heard.
The weird thing is that it's like I know I'm gonna end up getting it. I don't know. I'd like to think that I could hold off and not buy it, but I know I will. I mean, and to quote Anthony when I asked him like just so should I like get all the extra stuff for Sword and Sorcery, and he was just like buy it all. Just buy it all. he was the worst.
So I'm not the person to ask if you shouldn't buy something. Like, okay, if it's something illegal, I may talk you out of it.
maybe
Not if it makes you laugh.
it's true.
I was just there. Should I spend another $120 on this just to get a bunch more miniatures? And like, just buy it all. Just get every
He's like
single
the devil on your shoulder.
And whatever. I guess
We are all enablers. None of us talk sense
Nobody will
to
talk
anyone.
sense.
Yeah, fair enough.
The only
It's
thing
such a-
Anthony will talk you out of buying is Kingdom Builder.
Like everything is so in short supply. If a game is good at all in any way, it'll be like look at Kingdom Death Monster. There are auctions on BGD right now for the game and expansions for well over $1,000. Whereas if you bought the base game $85 and the expansions all together, you would be spending about $300 total. And now going for well over $1,000. Well over $1,000.
Well, and then I mean they'll remake it. I mean that's the crazy thing.
Maybe
Oh.
I haven't heard anything.
This
Well,
is like a
of course.
first-time publisher, isn't it?
That's first time publisher, but they've got to have access to all the molds. They have to have access to everything. It's I mean, they're gonna look and like not redoing it is like just basically saying, we hate money.
Well, but if they didn't make enough money on it with all they invested in it, they may not have the money to reprint it.
That's true.
Well, oh my
Yeah.
gosh, will they have to go
No,
through
the shipping-
Kickstarter
well,
again?
Yeah, they could go back to Kickstarter.
They'll just go back to Kickstarter, and all they have to say is,
Double the price, and they'll still sell it out.
yeah, double the price to get, and then double the price, and we'll give you like this one expansion that adds 10 more miniatures, and you can get the base game again. And people will be like, all right, here's my money, just I mean and then it's just that's the way it is. I mean, and that's fine. I mean, if maybe the game deserves to be that popular. I don't know. I mean, what do I know? Nothing.
Did they stop printing the Space Hulk? Or is it still?
It's out of print again, but they'll redo it again. I had somebody offer me because I still have a third edition Space Hulk in
Is that the
shrink.
newer one?
No, the fourth edition is the newest one.
Right, but
Oh,
they didn't
why?
change much from third to fourth, did they?
No,
Did they change, I don't think they changed much.
I think they changed a few things, but I have no idea what it was.
But it was the newer one in the modern era, like with the glossy, shiny pieces, tiles.
Yeah, I don't know. Sure.
Third edition, yeah.
Anyway, so but I had somebody offer me and they saw it on my shelf and they offered me like $200 for it or something, which I was like, nah. I mean, the minis alone are probably worth that. And I'm kind of annoyed too. Well, I shouldn't say annoyed, but I mean, a good friend of mine, basically that lives in Kansas. He's a really good painter, and like he offered to paint because I had 2 copies, and I gave him all the minis from one of my copies to have him paint all the minis, and like that was like 4 years ago. Still waiting.
Still waiting. I think you might be waiting forever.
I might
Take
be,
time.
but I know where he lives, even though he's like several states away, and he every once in a while I talk to him. My previous job, he actually worked in an office in Kansas for the job, and so we'd talk at work, and I'd just mention him, and he'd always be very he'd be very apologetic about the fact that he hadn't gotten them done yet, and I said, don't worry about it. I believe that you will eventually make do, so I'm not upset, not worried. But yeah, but every once in a while I have to remind myself that he has them just so I don't forget about it.
Are they the ones I saw on eBay the other day?
Oh, probably. Who knows? I don't know. But that's even like Space Hulk is kind of, also very... I mean, it's an okay game, but I mean, it's like, I think that was more, hey, it's out of print, and it's
No,
like
it's
it
a good
had
game.
that.
No, it's honestly, it's truly.
Well,
a
I
good
mean,
game.
it's not. It's a good game, but I mean, it isn't like the end all be all by any means. I mean, it's very. I don't know.
It might be though for the Aliens versus Aliens versus Predator, Aliens versus Marines type game. Is there a better one out there? I don't know.
Nothing comes to mind.
I mean, there's been I unfortunately have not played any of that. Like, I got that Kickstarter of all those galactic. What is the name?
Oh,
of it?
Galaxy Defenders.
Galaxy Defenders.
I really like that game.
Yeah, that might be like the contender. But that's co-op.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah. So Warhammer Quest.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm definitely of the mind of I wish I could just say fine, here's my money, but they've I feel like they've probably screwed me over. I wonder how true the original it'll be and all that, this, that, and the other thing.
It looks completely different.
Is that the reason you want to get it? Because it being sentimental or whatever, or?
Yeah, in a way. I mean, I'll fully admit that it is kind of one of those things where I'm like,
I had some great times. I mean, it was definitely a core of my gaming foundation of my life.
oh yeah, I mean, same.
And Warhammer Quest, the fantasy battles, played that all the time.
See, now I'm not. Now I'm just like, fine. Here's my money. I was almost there like 2 seconds ago.
Do it.
Yeah, just stop it, Anthony.
We always talk about this. I can't remember. Lance, do you sell stuff?
What?
Do you sell stuff that you don't want anymore?
I
Or you
try.
sell-
But it's just like it's such
Harder,
like you just said, it's such a pain in the butt to go through it all.
Yeah, I just give it away.
Actually, these like my Bizarro gaming group. One of them, he is moving to New Mexico. So, and he had too much stuff, and so he and like 2 other guys like that are in my Bizarro gaming group. They got together and they rented basically a conference room at a local hotel, and then just kind of hung up flyers and blasted on Facebook and Craigslist, whatever, that they were going to be just basically selling games, comic books, graphic novels, RPGs, miniatures in this little room. And so they were like, it's like, we will have prices listed, but feel free to make an offer, just that sort of thing. It was kind of like a flea market basically. And I couldn't go because it was my son's soccer day, so I couldn't go. But I mean, like one of them, he had one guy had like the complete, like basically pimped out, like still hadn't opened the box yet, Kickstarter for like the first Arcadia quest, like he just hadn't opened any of it, and also for Besieged, both from Cool Mini or Not. And like I just flat out offered. I said, "What do you want for him?" He's like, "Just give me $200." I was like, "All right, done." You know, because I mean, even if I never open the box and take all the stuff out of it and everything like that, like because there's all that Kickstarter exclusive stuff, I know I could sell it, you know, to somebody, you know, somewhere. So I mean, that was like, and they were just trying to get rid of this stuff. And my buddy Craig went to it, and he said he was the third person in line, an hour before it opened up, and they were lined out the door of the hotel. These people, and so when they opened up the doors, because the place was so jam packed with stuff, they could let basically like 2 people in at a time, and of course everybody wanted to go through everything because they didn't want to think they were missing out on something, and it took those first 2 guys like over a half an hour to get through everything the guy had, and both those 2 guys left with just truckloads of stuff. And then my buddy Craig got in there about a couple of things, but I mean, they cleaned house. I mean, they emptied out their basements and made quite a bit of money, and which they're just going to turn on and buy more stuff with. But you know, so I said, well, why didn't you ask me? And they just flat out said, because you would need your own room. Because of for all the games and everything that you have, and they're probably right. But I have heard that like probably the best way to do it actually is to like sell the stuff on Craigslist and to go that route, because then it's like you can totally set up the time when they come over and you just have the game for them. You don't have to send it to anybody. You don't have to like worry about, you know, like somebody screwing you over with, oh, I never got it, you know. Yeah. Or got damaged on the way here, you know, and it's just like you don't have to deal with all that, you know. You don't have to give some board game website 3%, you know, yeah. Just, you know. So, suckers. Yeah, make the rich richer. You know how it is.
So I got this promo pack. I don't know where it came from. It came from Germany for a game called Vampire Collector. Do you guys know anything about that game?
Not even a little.
I got 3 texts of it, and I have no idea what it's for.
It would be nice if there was a website that had all different board games on it.
Wouldn't that be nice?
I already searched for it. It's not here.
If it was like on like some, well, you know what? I keep searching for the freaking toilet game and it's not on there. So you know.
Well, you got the information in front of you. Just translate it and put it in.
Okay, yeah, I can translate this. It isn't like this is like written on like a Google like whatever. You know,
Google Eyes, man. Google Eyes.
Oh jeez.
Oh yeah, you could use.
God, what's the game called?
Actually, that's one of the 3. I just got these 3 decks of cards. One says Vampire Collector on it. I don't know if you can see this with the plastic on it, but it says Encounter. Half the deck is bogus encounters, which is weird. Then you have Zombie Collector. I have no idea what game.
Okay, hang on.
And why do you have this?
It just came in the mail today. I'm trying to figure out what it goes to. And then Alien Collector. And honestly, I think every deck, half the card is like nothing. It says a whiff. Discard, discard. Like what? Whiff? Why make card whiff? I didn't mean to change subject.
No, you're fine.
Let's hold up the toilet game again.
Oh jeez. You think you can get it to translate over Skype or over Hangout?
I don't know. He's got to hold it up to the camera though.
Awesome.
How's that? You filthy animal.
Great radio.
It didn't work. Hey, I tried. It didn't work.
So
I got an app that reads characters. It usually works.
In a weird perfect world, or in a weird like real life world story. So my fence that my wife and I and my father and her father helped we put up like a decade ago. it's beat to bejesus and back, and so we're gonna tear it down. And so we're building like a smaller dog pen so our dogs can still go outside. We don't have to worry about them. And so we're in the process of like figuring out what we want to do and what we're gonna be. I told my wife's like, we need to get the posts out of the ground, and I said no. And she's like, what are you gonna do? I was like, I'm going to dig down about maybe 6 inches. I'm going to take out a reciprocating saw, and I'm just going to cut it off. I'm going to cover it with dirt and walk away and pretend it never happened. That's what I'm going to do. Then like just like because like I've tried
use
to
concrete.
Yeah. So
I think that works.
Yeah, I have tried to take out.
There's a gift
fence
for the
posts.
next person to buy that house.
Yes, totally. It's just like I've been there when you're trying to get them out, and it's not.
Yeah.
It's horrible.
Unless you're renting a jackhammer, yeah.
Yeah.
You got the right plan, sir.
Strap them
So,
to the car.
well, I do live in kind of an area where people live, but anyway, so there's a couple that lives behind us, and our dog got out again. Like this, our wiener dog. Like the rabbits dig holes underneath my fence so they can get to where my bird feeder is, because the birds like won't eat the corn. They'll kick the corn out, and then the rabbits come in to eat the corn. Just anyway, so they dig a hole, and so my wiener dog can get out, and so she got out again, and this couple, and so the guy found the dog, and he's like, hey, your wiener dog. Yeah, thanks, buddy, I appreciate it, and so then I was like, and so I put the dog back in the fence, and he's talking to me about something, and here the wiener dog gets out again, and he's talking about, oh yeah, I got a new job in like Nebraska or something. We're gonna sell the house, and like he's, and I was like, oh okay, that's and I barely know him, I don't know him from anywhere, and just like I've had maybe like 3 conversations with him in my entire life, and he and let's be honest, the fence looks horrible. I mean, it's just like, because like the wind hits it and it's been just destroyed, and I've had to like kind of jury rig it to make it sure it's still standing, and he's like, and he sees the dog gets out, and he's like, and he goes, the fence is looking a little rough. And I was like, yeah, and I said, you noticed, and I was just kind of, and I was like, yeah, we're gonna tear it down actually. And then all of a sudden his eyes got really wide, and like he was kind of smiling, and he's like, oh, when are you gonna tear it down? And then I realized he's moving. He wants to sell his house.
Yeah.
He's hoping the eyesore is gone before he has to like do walkthroughs. And I was like, we're probably gonna get that rolling here in the next couple of weeks. He was like, oh really? Just all excited. I was like, yeah. I'm gonna throw all the pallets on his yard, I think.
I'd wait till he sells the house to do it.
No, I'm gonna have to. I think I'm gonna have to rent one of those like giant dumpsters that you put on in your driveway, and then because that's I other than burning all the wood, which I think would probably be illegal. I don't know how I'm gonna get rid of all the fence stuff that I have. So
hold an auction. Have an auction, and then people can blind.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was kind of weird.
You should cut it up into pieces and put them in big boxes.
Boxes and just mail them.
Yeah, they could just FedEx it as part of their what they pay for it.
I had like over the winter. I mean, I literally had probably, I mean, no lie, like 300 or 400 cardboard boxes. And some of them still had packaging peanuts in it. And I hate packaging peanuts, but I was like filling trash bags, giant 50-gallon trash bags with packaging peanuts. And I was like, what am I? And then the thing is, there was a UPS store that would take them. I would bring them over there, and they'd say, "Hey, thanks," and they'd take them. But now they won't take them unless they're the biodegradable kind. And they aren't. Like 90% of the stuff I got wasn't the biodegradable kind, so I couldn't really do anything with them. And I was like, and then my wife put it on Craigslist, and like within 5 minutes she'd gotten 7 emails from people that wanted giant bags of packaging peanuts. And I was just like,
They're expensive.
Yeah, they are.
I was like, you betcha, and I was just like, and I just said the bags will be on the by the front door. Feel free to grab them. And yeah, like I don't know when they showed up, but like half hour later I looked, and these like 4 giant 60-gallon bags are just gone.
Yeah.
I was like, thank you.
My wife laughs at me when I get a package and I take a pack of peanuts and put them in a bag and throw them up in the attic.
Yeah,
Just
I
throw
got
them
3
away.
for myself.
No, when we need them, I have them.
They're gonna be up there when you die, and somebody.
Someone's gonna find these big bags and be like, "Ooh, what valuable things are in here?"
Yeah.
What is this? Oh,
And Anthony cackles
your
from
kids
beyond
are
the
like,
grave.
Oh,
No lie. When my grandfather passed away, and my mom's dad, when I was 14, 15 years old, and we were moving my grandma out of her apartment that she had. That she lived in a fourplex. We were going through the process of like collecting all of the stuff out of the place, and in the attic, she was on the top floor. In the attic of it, my brother and I found just boxes and boxes and boxes. And we're like, and they were super light. And we're like, what are all these boxes? And we opened them up, and no lie, my grandparents, who wouldn't throw anything away, had taken each and every, like when you buy hamburger, that styrofoam plate.
Oh.
They had cleaned off those styrofoam plates and had stacked them up neatly in these cardboard boxes, saving them for I have
Who knows?
no idea what.
Because you never know.
5,000 styrofoam plates.
You may have eventually had a school project where you needed styrofoam meat plates.
I have no idea, but I mean, it was just that.
Talking
It's
about
just
like the
one of those
ground
things.
beef when they put the ground beef in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So here's a question: Is it
I guess
possible?
Glasses. Crap.
Scott's enjoying this way too much.
Well,
Yeah, I
I thought it was like something you would actually eat on.
Wait,
No.
is it possible that like maybe like the local butcher was going out of business, and your grandfather bought like the unused ones from them instead of cleaning off the used ones?
I don't know, man. I mean, it was like one of the weirdest things ever. They were like Sears catalogs from like the 1950s that they just hadn't thrown away.
But
I
my
know
wife
what it
just-
was. Grandma kept those because the butcher brought those over when it was playtime.
No, don't you even talk about my grandparents that way. You don't talk smack about grandma and grandpa.
Hey, I'd say Grandma was probably.
No. You don't.
That's the way you used to work back in the day.
Getting him all upset.
Elmer and Lenore. They were wonderful, wonderful people. They were awesome.
Yeah, when we moved my mother to Michigan, I literally had to go buy her an industrial strength paper shredder because she had every canceled check that she ever wrote in her entire life.
Yeah, I went through that with my grandmother.
When my dad's dad passed away, my grandpa, this is the guy that killed the Nazis. We like in his study, in his home, he had like those little notebooks that have the ring on top and you flip them like this.
Yep.
You know what I'm talking about? He had those notebooks, and on the front, and he had impeccable handwriting. He wrote many letters, and he was such a great letter writer. He wrote the year, and it was like January 1, 1974 to October 5, 1974. Just like that was how long it was. And then when you opened it up, like he literally wrote down everything that he spent money. Wherever he spent money, he wrote it down. And he because he kept the receipts, and he'd come home, and instead of keeping the receipts, he'd write down Walgreens $7.32, and he'd just write that down, and it was just like, and it was like from like 19, like whatever, when he became a farmer, and like that was how he kept track of what he was spending, and then it was just, and it was like we were just flipping through these things, and it was just like this was a catalog of everything that he'd spent money on for like basically his entire life. I mean, it was astounding, and there were just shoe boxes full of these things. It was crazy. And then we found out.
Me the other day, and she's like, "Oh, guess what I found?"
This was the same person that collected the styrofoam. Sorry, go ahead.
No, that was my mom's parents. This is my dad's dad. Anyway, go ahead, Anthony.
My mother calls me up and she goes, "Guess what I found?" Well, and I said, "What did you find?" When you signed up for selective service, she's like, "I found your card." I'm like, "How are you gonna call me, Mom? Don't worry about it."
Got your draft card?
Yeah, my draft card she found.
I always knew I wouldn't be drafted because my feet, my Fred Flintstone feet, whatever.
You're also too young.
What?
You're also too young. War was over by the time we were born.
Well, yeah, true. But I mean, I signed up for selective service. I knew I never had to worry about it because like I've told you guys the Fred Flintstone feet story, right? About the Dr. Scholl's thing.
Dr. Scholl's.
Yeah. just horrible for those the abridged version. So if you've ever been into a Walmart or any one of those places where they say, please stand on this machine to find out which insert you're supposed to put on your shoes to help you move, and like my entire family does it, and they're all laughing, they think it's awesome, and they're like, you do it, Dad. I was like, nah, I don't want to do it. Do it, Dad. Do it, Dad. I was like, fine, whatever. So first, like the foot is too small. My foot is too big for the feet thing that they have there. So I'm trying to squish my feet in there, and I can't pull it off. And so finally I do. And everybody else, it was like, oh, let's test it. And it was like 3 seconds. And you should get Dr. Scholl's imprint 2 or whatever. You know, the whole thing. It was like thinking. It just kept on going. Like a full 30 seconds passes, and finally the screen says, please take off your shoes before you use the machine.
Please remove the large crate from the sensor.
The cinder blocks you have placed on.
Please, only one person only on the scale.
One at a time, please. One at a time.
A net just launches out of it, and an alarm that it caught Sasquatch goes off.
So, yes, there is no. I can't be gelling or whatever because there just isn't one that works for my feet, I guess. So. Oh well. Everybody has their cross to bear. I just have Fred Flintstone feet, I guess. And the thing is that I never knew my feet were weird, and like there was like a girl I dated before my wife that like the first time she saw them, she's like, "Oh my God!" She like lost her mind when she saw my feet, and I was like, "What are you talking about? There's nothing wrong with my feet."
What size shoes do you wear?
Well, it's weird because like. Because they're so wide, and like not only are they wide, but they're also like big because they're like a block. So it's
like is like 10 feet.
What?
Do you wear shoe boxes as shoes?
Which one's that?
So I just buy the shoe and I throw the shoes away and I tie the boxes onto my feet.
You just wear tissue boxes.
My Jordans. He says it right there in the box.
You guys are jerks. No, I wear like a size 13 wide, but I usually have to go to a 14 because they're big enough like this way, like from the bottom of the foot up that it fits. Like a normal 13 wide will like I'll have to just take the laces and throw them away. Just yeah.
That's some big ass feet, buddy.
Yeah. So, well, you know what they say about a guy who has has big feet.
Yeah,
Big
he has to wear
shoes.
shoe boxes. And
he wears big
Got
shoes.
big socks.
So yeah.
Big hands, big gloves.
Yep.
Big nose, big nose.
Oh well. Hey, like I said, we all got our crosses to bear, so just have to womp womp.
Speaking of Nazis,
What?
You didn't mention him earlier.
That was like half hour ago.
so I got to play Black Orchestra, Bill DeBerry's new game.
Oh yeah.
So
It's a good
it's
name for a
cool.
game.
It's cool. The artwork is really cool. So you're it's like Valkyrie, the board game almost. So
Wasn't he going to call it Kill Hitler?
it was originally called Hitler Must Die.
Hitler Must Die. Yeah.
Yeah, but now it's called the Black Orchestra. It's really cool. It's the coolest thing in the game is everything's pretty much open. So you get to see all the cards everyone's drawing, like the things they have. But if you ever get arrested because your suspicion level is too high and the Gestapo raid happens and you go to jail, on your turn you draw 2 cards from the interrogation deck that you cannot share what's on them with the other people, and you have to decide which one happens, and it basically screws the whole game up. So there's these little tokens on the different spaces of the board that are different things that you need to help you with these plots. Different plots you can do to try to kill Hitler. But you can literally flip a card and it'll say, like, okay, remove all of the plot cards, all of the tiles from this area of the board. Or basically you rat one of the other people out and they join you in jail. Or you raise someone else's suspicion all the way up. Or there's a whole bunch of different things you can do, but you can't tell anybody. So the whole game is cooperative unless you get arrested. And then you basically have to decide on your own which is the thing that's going to screw the team over the least. But it's on Tabletopia right now for people to actually play.
Yeah.
So you can download the rules and go play it, and it's pretty fun.
Yeah.
I'll
he
wait
and I
for
are
retail.
going to play it on Monday. I think he's going to record it actually. So.
Yeah,
Who
we
are you playing
recorded this past Monday.
Who are you playing with?
Philip DeBerry on Monday.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Do you know who else is
I'm
playing with you?
interested in the game, but I have to wait for it to come out
I
at
don't know.
retail.
Maybe I can get you. Maybe you can join me, Team FUKC, and then we can. You can play with me.
I should be back Monday. So.
That'd be cool. Yeah. Let's make that happen.
Lance, just talk to Phil about it. Only because when I did it, he asked me to do it on Monday. I ended up doing it with Ryan and Mo from Club Fantasy and David from Purple Pawn. So we were all together, and we played with Ian, who actually was running the table for us. So just if Keith can come along, just let Phil know that you're bringing somebody else along. Because he may have other people lined up, and if he doesn't have people lined up, he'd be happy with more people.
Why don't you mind your own business?
I'm just
a friend
saying.
of mine's a graphic designer on that. So.
You're inviting Keith along to something that there may not be a space for him. That's why I'm trying to help make sure that my friend Keith gets to play a game that I'm telling him that he wants to play. Just saying. My friend.
My friend. My good friend.
My friend.
Who's watching Game of Thrones?
I am.
I am. It's not like the books, though.
So divergent. Now, isn't it?
They've actually, several people have said that basically the way they're going will not be what the books does. So
Maybe the books can do things the way I want it to happen.
maybe the books will actually do it so it's actually good.
Wah, wah, wah.
I think
Probably
it's new
just
material
spoilers,
for
yeah.
the show. Are you picking it apart?
Of course I am. What dumb question is that?
Stupid question.
Isn't that what nerds do? We sit and bitch about things that we like.
So what's the story with the flashbacks? Is that in the book?
Well,
Not-
Bran has the ability to see things that have happened.
Yeah.
And in Dance with Dragons, he does it a few times, and then and he actually kind of interacts as well. There's
seemed
a
like there was some
moment
kind of interaction.
when he actually I think he doesn't he talk to, if I remember correctly, he actually is able to travel to Winterfell, and he's actually able to talk to Theon, if I remember correctly, who's still in Winterfell at that point. And and if I might be misremembering the books. It's been well over a year since I read Dance with Dragons.
What put Theon in Winterfell in the first place?
Well, Theon was in Winterfell because of he was there because he
was a hostage, basically.
He was a hostage. So when the first Greyjoy rebellion happened, basically they assaulted the castle. They made Greyjoy basically kneel and so to keep him from rebelling again, they took Theon and he became a ward of Ned Stark. So basically you can't rebel or we'll kill your son.
Kill your kid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so
that was a common practice across all the kingdoms. So.
Yeah. And so then
it seemed like he had a pretty cush life, though.
Yeah, he was still.
Weren't they doing brothels constantly?
Yeah, and Theon and he was really really good friends with Robb. Him and Robb are really good friends. But then he went back. So then Robb sent him back to Balon Greyjoy to see if he would join him. And then he basically said, "You idiots! You sent me back my son. Now you don't have anything to martyr against." And so that's when they decided they would attack the north. And so then Theon had to decide, and he sided with his family. He attacked Winterfell. We know how that went over. And then he eventually was caught. And what happened in the movies is fairly accurate. As far as with Ramsay, just spoilers if nobody, let's just say right now, if you're listening right now and you don't want to hear Game of Thrones spoilers, you should probably stop listening, and we'll try to wrap this up. So basically, there's people have ceased to be in the show that are still all well and good and alive in
the books.
In the books,
yes, there's several,
but they very well might meet their end, and most likely will. It's just they haven't gone through that process yet. So I don't know. Theon is an interesting character. I mean, he's kind of maybe on the road for redemption at this point. But the Kingsmoot that they're gonna have for Greyjoy, Theon isn't there in the books.
Right.
For the Kingsmoot, he's nowhere. He's actually he's with he's with the fake Arya or the fake no, he's with the fake Arya.
The fake Arya, correct.
He's with the fake Arya with Stannis.
It's Jane Poole, right?
Yeah, Jane Poole. He's with the fake Arya with Stannis, and they're holed up for the winter. And that's
having escaped Ramses.
Yes, and so the whole thing is that Roose Bolton presented Jane Poole as being Arya.
Yes.
And so that he could marry her to Ramsay to legitimize him for the throne.
Right. So they're pulling the wool over everybody's eyes instead of actually marrying a real star.
Yes, but Theon knew who she was because Jane Poole was Sansa's best friend, and he knew her from when they were in Winterfell together. And so then he and Jane Poole escape, and they run into Stannis. But of course, the Jane Poole character doesn't even exist in the shows. So I mean, it's
confusing.
I think she was in the first season, though.
Well, I think she had a moment or two of discussion or what have you.
Yeah,
but,
because I've been watching season 1, and God, Sansa was a bitch.
Yeah, she's kind of coming to her own, though. I mean, the actress and also the role. But in the book, she's still a complete waste. I mean, like she just isn't doing anything, and she's just
No,
completely.
she's kind of missing almost. She's
Yeah,
just
I
hanging
mean,
out.
yeah, she's just doing nothing. And Arya is actually doing stuff in the books, and she's actually doing stuff in the show too. But they made Sansa actually be kind of a character for real, and in
Because they have a good
in the
actress.
show.
So.
Well,
Okay, so here's the question.
Yeah.
Here's a question. Alfie Allen, the guy who plays Theon Greyjoy,
Yeah.
does he get cast to play Mick Jagger first or David Bowie first?
Oh, he's totally Mick Jagger.
He looks like Mick Jagger there, but if you see him like not as Theon,
Oh, he looks.
he looks a lot like David Bowie.
Well, he can do both.
Yeah. I mean, I like. I mean, obviously, there's supposedly after this, there's 2 more seasons. So, I mean, like you can kind of like.
Still doing it.
So 3 seasons total.
You've never seen Alaboom, Michael?
Um.
Somebody got latest story on the Game of Thrones. I don't know who.
Yeah. Hey, who won?
I won.
You
With
with,
technology.
with no technology?
I bought one technology.
Exactly,
It was worth 10
one
points.
technology. And was it the exposition one?
Yes.
Yeah, the one that gives you victory points. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Did you break the game?
No, it's technology in Yokohama. I mean, I'll come back to Game of Thrones here in a second, but I mean, technology in Yokohama has there's a couple of them that are really good that allow you to mess with your workers a little bit more. If you can get the combination of the one that allows you to drop 4 workers and also the one that lets you leave a worker behind when you pull your workers, that's a pretty good combination.
You don't even have enough workers ever, though, then.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it depends on if I can get those, then my strategy is always just smash the employment agency, so I can just have all my workers available, and then you can just start going everywhere and doing everything.
But the system of stock is really good, too.
Yeah, that's true.
One where you always have at least $2. So you
Yes.
spend it on
Oh,
it.
we should ask that question. That's a really serious question.
Oh yeah.
Why would you let a game go out of print, Michael? Just
What-
from a business perspective, what?
Oh,
like,
in general?
Yeah, in general.
Because it's not producing sufficient money. Let's take.
Jab.
Hey, I just want to stop.
Let's
Just demonstrate.
Well,
Michael is doing his best Rhiannon impersonation right now. He's lying down in bed. He's staring at his
he's
phone.
totally, living the hard life.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Pick a game people like.
Belfort.
Belfort. Yeah.
So Belfort was selling about 50 to 60 copies a month. Dropped off a little bit towards the end there. So
So less than 1,000 a year.
realistically, to get the best kind of cost, my print run needs to be 3,000. I could squeeze 2,000, but my profit per copy is going to be very low, and yet I'm still going to have to pay a lot for them up front. So it's a question of if there's a better use for that cash, which often there is.
Right, because you tie your money up for several years.
Right.
You tied it up.
To get the money back is a year and a half, whereas if instead I spend that 25,000 printing a game that's going to sell 1,000 when it shows up, I can keep turning that. It's an issue of turn rate, really.
Yeah, so that's why publishers like good games go to print.
So how does an expansion factor in that? If say the game's out of print.
And then there are other publishers. I know I shouldn't say that there are other publishers. Other publishers might not be set up to do individual games at such a. So TMG is set up such that our costs for production that is not specifically tied to the actual materials of the game, so additional artwork, managing of the process, all that sort of stuff is fairly low for any individual title. So our
We're losing you.
is pretty low. our threshold for where we need sales to be at is maybe 1,200 a year, or it's at whatever it is. Other publishers might say, oh well, I need 5,000 a year to sell, or I'm not even gonna get out of bed, right? Did you catch that?
Yep.
Okay.
And sometimes, like, there's outside influence that just, as much as like you might want to reprint a game, you just are unable to for whatever reason.
Like, yeah, something went out of contract and the designer won't sign a new one.
So a lot of publishers who are looking at old games. I mean, you guys just did a Twitter thing. I replied with 2 games. You didn't reply to me, by the way, Lance. That you were looking for older games to reprint, and it's like, well, how old does it have to be to make it worth it? Because it likely went on a print due to those reasons in the first place.
Yeah, it depends. So like at the Gates of Loyang, we're gonna make toward the end of this year, but one of the reasons we are doing that is because the previous American rights holder doesn't want to reprint, but German rights holders do, and we are printing Oracle of Delphi, same partner, same factory, so we can make 1,000 copies of Loyang, which I'm not worried about selling, when we get 3,000 or 4,000 copies of Oracle of Delphi.
Right.
And then we can put those in the same container, so now we're, instead of paying, like if we got 1,000 Loyang and we had to ship that separately, we'd pay $3 a game to ship it, as opposed to this way we're paying $1.25. It's a big difference on our end.
There you go. There's your answer.
Yeah.
Well, how old of a game, like, how far back will you go to reprint a game? Like 10 years, 15?
I mean, as long as the rights are clear, then I don't care how long it is. But what the heck is going on there? Okay, that's better. I don't want a Merchant of Venus sort of situation. I'd rather avoid that.
Yeah.
I always wonder how that happened. I mean, because Stronghold Games like posted the fact that they were going to redo, like it was like the
weekend. It was at Spiel.
Well, I know, but I mean, but it was like, but he had told many people that he had been talking to the designer, and then like it was like, you know, it was coming and everything like that. I mean, it was like that, one of those like elephant in the room's worst kept secrets type of situation.
I think that was one of those, they were talking, and in the meantime, the people who had the rights of the game prior realized that they still had the rights, and they sold it to Fantasy Flight. I think the whole thing was they realized it was going to run out, and he was not going to re-up with them. Not that they were going to reprint it or anything, but they saw an opportunity. Someone was interested in it, and they said, "Well, we have the rights right now. We'll sell it over to them." So we had two people both claiming rights to it, and the designer apparently did not have the full rights back for it.
And that situation made it so Magic Realm just won't ever be reprinted.
Yeah, watch. The day Magic Realm is announced, 2 publishers will have the rights to it. It's a bad game anyway.
It's
poorly ruled. You'll never understand it.
They said that like whenever they played it, like the people that played it the most were the people that like actually like if the designer was actually like in the next room.
It's one of those games that everyone's like so wants a copy of it because it's so hard to get and everything. And I always say that
it's a challenge.
If you play it, you'll realize that wow, I really spent all that money for this.
Yeah. It does some things, but in essence, it's an unintuitive system.
Oh, have you ever tried there's you can play it online. You know, there's no rules or anything. You got to find a copy of the rules to read it.
but you can play it online.
Yeah,
and,
yeah, it was a
and
single-
I've muddled my way through it, and the game is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, it's a
In a
game of
good
like
way?
you
or a
see
bad
how
way?
long you can. No, it's not. It's
just
virtually
all
unplayable.
dragging on thing.
It
It's
has essences of good ideas in there that generate a random world. But that's the coolest part to me. Which
Yeah.
is very much like Merchant of Venus. But the combat rules and all the I never even got into the magic or the PvP stuff. The combat rules alone stopped me from playing that game. The fact that I had to sit there and do a 45-minute combat.
Well, yeah, like without dice, mind you, just looking at charts and tables and cross-referencing. You know, I'm basically on a spreadsheet to see like if I have this item and I use this in this area on
He
this
ducks
time.
or I swing high or whatever. Right?
Yeah, it was
What?
the game was
It's a different era.
virtually unplayable. It was
9 billion chits
yes.
Oh.
that would move. Like if you thought about wind, they would fly. If somebody broke wind and they were facing away from the table,
that was
chits would go
that was
flying.
that was a anti-sneeze like type of situation. It was totally not a it was a bad deal.
That's why you find so many copies of it that's like not completely punched.
Yeah.
Because someone tried to play the first part of the game,
Scenario, and they're like, screw this.
and they're like, I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah.
That being said, if someone knew the game like stone cold and could guide me through it, I'd play it.
Just to say
We
you
did the
should.
Quan Chai version that he did.
Yeah,
We have a custom printed version of that.
yeah. No, Quan Chai has lots of those games out there that he did that but then they got a kind of a smackdown, you know, just like Quan Chai did a amazing redo of Ogre and then Steve Jackson
Well, they had to.
smashed it down.
Yeah.
I mean, the Quan Chai's version of Ogre with like the giant robots and things like that. Oh man, if you have that art somewhere and you can remake Ogre with it, you know, it makes it look really cool. But he's a good artist.
Who's Quan Chai?
Quan Chai?
Quan Chai Moria.
Yeah, Quan Chai Moria. He's done art for other games. I mean, like for like actually published games. I'm trying to think of one.
Yeah, he did Catacombs.
Yeah,
He did
like the
Kodama.
redo, the Catacombs redo.
Yeah, the Catacombs redo. He did Kodama, right?
No, he didn't do Kodama.
No?
Didn't? I don't think so. Here, hold on. I'll pull up like the Catacombs.
I'm already on it.
Share it then.
Hold on.
Usually Keith's on top of this, but instead Keith's checking his Tinder
Well, Keith
account.
doesn't have his other computer, so
Swipe right.
He did
Alright.
I'm
Loop
sitting in a
Head.
hotel.
He did Kodama.
He did Kodama.
Yeah, he did.
Are you doing a screen share or what, Anthony? I'm weird. I could have done it by now.
All right, do your own screen share then.
I will. Thank you for allowing me.
You know, my friends don't yell at me.
Come on! Screen share.
He's doing Chad's Case Prospectus.
You're too busy on Tinder.
He did Loop Inc. He's
Oh,
doing
hey, I like the
Rumble
Catacombs.
and Dungeon,
So yeah, that's Quan Chai.
Town
That
Center.
looks really cool.
Yeah,
Look
he
at
does.
Look at Prospectus.
We should hire that guy for something, huh?
Mendez playing Dom.
What?
You
I'm
playing
not
Dom? You know Quan
No,
Chai is.
I'm not playing.
You suck.
I am that
Of course
dumb.
you know who he is.
No, I don't.
It was kind of cool. Like when we were at
Which
I
tasty
have
minstrel
no
game is he
idea
doing next?
Who he is?
Is he doing Oracle of Delphi or something?
when we were doing when we were at the Tokyo Game Market, like he was buying copies of games that he had no interest in playing just so he could have representations of the artwork for that person. And so like he like somebody he can contact later to
No, not me. That's for someone else to do.
Well, I
just
know,
took it
but I
home
mean,
and, handed it off to Andy.
well, fine, but yeah, you know what I mean, though. It's like it was kind of cool. It was like, yeah, it's like, oh, you want to play the game? No, I just want the art. Thanks. Just here's your 20,000 yen. Thank you very much.
That poor. What about the poor designer? It's like, nah, your game sucks. I just want the artwork. What kind of person are you, Mark?
Well, like there was that artwork for the redo of Werewolf. Like it was just Werewolf.
Yeah, that was great.
It wasn't 20,000 yen.
I'm sorry, 2,000 yen.
Yeah, that's much better.
Sorry, I misspoke.
It's just some zeros.
Did you ever track down your Did you ever track down the what is it?
Yeah, I totally did.
The Samurai Boba Fett.
Yeah, I decided I preferred $80 though. Yeah.
If they had it, you would have gone home with that.
Yeah, probably, but
There was,
get it on Amazon for $80.
Yeah, there was a
Super cool.
Yeah, they had a display case at this like toy store that was like 5 stories tall. That they had all of the samurai and ninja stormtroopers and stuff like that. They were just super cool.
I saw those at
What
Barnes
are
and
you
Noble.
doing, Michael? The Michael stretch. I must have seen him do this like every day. I was like, what are you doing? That game that Chatty Boy made. When is that coming out? I want to get that already.
I think it's coming soon.
Oh,
It's coming in a month or two.
that Chad designed?
Yeah.
Oh, what is it
It's a,
called?
it's a prospectus.
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 Oh.
Yeah, he designed this like crystal ball for it, which is a very much like a cube tower.
Okay.
So you get like this gizmo that you drop cubes into and they fall out.
Huh.
Yeah, the thing was so cool.
Stock
Who's
market.
it coming from?
Fun again.
Funnigan's publishing it?
I think so.
That's weird.
No, Mr. B game.
Oh, Mr. B. Mr. B.
What do you,
Oh,
Sorry,
okay.
Mr. B.
yeah,
My
no.
mistake.
That game was
That's cool.
not only did it
It's
have like
weekend.
not only did it have like a cool little like whatever it was the crystal ball thing, which was kind of neat how it had the baskets that would like kind of hold on to them and they maybe wouldn't drop them all.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
but it also had it was also just a fun game as far as like just a stock market / making potions game. It was a lot of fun.
It's one of the few finance and fantasy games on the Geek.
Cool. All right. Good night, guys.
All right.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, man.
Hey,
Did you guys-
Scott, you got 12,000 people who need answers.
For what?
That's how many emails you got.
Oh yeah, I answer them through my email. I do all my geek mail through email.
Okay.
Did you guys see that Time Well Spent came back?
No.
Time Well Spent games or whatever.
I know who they are.
Davy Jones?
Yeah, no, Dave sold it to like a longtime
Oh, that's
customer,
awesome.
and they have kind of a limited inventory right now. But everything there's like TWS is back is the code, and up till like the end of May, it's free shipping on everything.
It's the same website and everything?
Yep. But like I said, I went through it and I couldn't find anything I wanted to buy, even with free shipping. But I mean, like you can get a copy of, like if you didn't own Blood Rage, and if you don't, you're crazy. If you didn't own Blood Rage, you could get a copy for whatever it is, $55, free shipping. I mean,
Do they have Guilds of London?
It's a new website.
oh
Guilds
my
of
gosh!
London.
You know what? Michael's here. Why don't you start begging him for a Guilds of London?
No, it's okay. Michael's a very
What's
busy
You
man.
excited?
What's
You
Guilds
want a
of-
copy, Anthony?
I had asked for one, but I was told that I wasn't important enough.
Did Lance say that?
No, I did not say that.
Okay. All
Who
right.
said that?
No, Lance
I
was
can
very.
drop some heads.
Lance used a very professional wording. He said it went to several reviewers and one podcast that was more important than me.
That's what he said.
That's not what I said. You are putting words in my mouth. No.
No, he said one
Those
podcast
were
that
the
was more
super
prominent than
advanced
you.
ones.
Relevant.
Hey,
I did not. I did
Daniel
not take
says,
any.
"Come by the booth at Origins. We'll give you one."
I'm not at Origins,
Here he
but
is,
thank you.
Daniel Tome.
But thank you for offering,
Okay,
Michael.
too bad then.
I appreciate it.
Send a lackey to pick it up.
Oh, Dan,
Lance will be
Daniel.
Yeah.
Lance, pick up my copy of Guilds of London at Origins for me.
Fine, I'll pick up your copy
He
at
said send
Origins.
a lackey, so I'm sending you.
Ah.
Mermaid Rain is still in print.
What?
It's on Time Well Spent. Mermaid Rain. Remember that? Remember that was the rage back in the day. Everybody's like, "Oh, did you play?" It was the first like Japanese game, like one of those few.
Play what?
I think Mermaid Rain.
Mermaid Rain?
Z-Man picked it up. Everybody was like, "Oh, you played Mermaid Rain? It's like great, that Japanese game." Back in the early days of Japan, Japanese invasion.
Never heard of it.
Yep. Z-Man picked it up. You guys reprint it? So.
They
Who's
never.
the designer?
Yeah, who's the designer?
Keiji Carrera and Hitoshi Wasuda.
I'd look it up
Okay.
on BGG, but your new interface is horrible.
Yeah.
Horrible.
No,
Horrible.
the new interface is great.
It is.
It's much better than it was.
They've been busting my ass all
It's
night.
not used to it.
When are you going to convert the rest of it, Aldi?
We're working on it.
Well, it only took him 17 years to do
Yep.
to do that.
Yeah, I know. I'm like,
Because he didn't want to listen to
everybody's
people
like,
like
"What's the
you.
next
Like, he learned the last time he did it. He didn't want to hear.
I'm sorry. Did you say learnt? Is there a T at the end of that?
Learnt is a word?
Learnt?
Yeah. It's
Just
English.
like you guys.
It's an English version of the word.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Train Raider. Do you guys remember Train Raider?
What? Where are you coming up with
These
these
are the
games?
designers of the Mermaid Rain. Okay, it's on Time Well Spent's website. And I said, oh, Mermaid Rain, you can still buy it.
Train Raider is on.
Train Raider was the designer of Mermaid Rain did Train Raider.
And what is?
It was a crayon rails where you could actually like fight each other.
Cool.
Yes.
They have Luna. They have Luna in stock.
That's a good game.
That
They
is a
probably
good
have the
game.
Z-Man version.
Oh, that's it. Your logo's on the box.
The ugly Dargon logo.
Fire.
Hello,
Someone should take a screenshot of me.
Why? Does he look like a shark or what?
Oh, look, there's Orleans.
That's a good one.
Not
That's a good one,
Orleans.
too.
Not Orleans Deluxe, however, which will be in
No.
limited quantities at the.
I gotta get going myself, guys.
Aw.
I have to actually do a little bit of work before I go to bed.
All right, man. Well,
I got a bug I need to fix.
all right. Well, enjoy.
But,
no.
I'll see you guys all at BGG Con next weekend.
Oh yeah.
Nope.
Nope.
I
I'll
didn't
have all the
expect
time by
that,
myself.
but
That'll help you with the bug.
I think Seth might be coming.
To what? BGG Spring or BGG
Yeah.
Con?
BGG Con spring.
BGG Con Spring. You changed the name again?
Well, what do you want to call it? It's the BGG Con in the spring.
Well,
Should
how
I say
about
BGG Spring or should I call it BGG Con Spring?
well, you should just call it. I don't know, like the convention that not many people go to.
Thank you. You're uninvited. You will never be allowed in.
No!
You're barred.
What
You're
do you
barred from entry, sir.
you make him a special
Especially
guest once.
There goes your
No,
hotel.
no, okay.
1,000 people coming.
This is how he repays you,
The
Scott.
Spiel des Jahres committee's coming. What?
So wait. BGG Spring. How many people are going?
It's 1,000.
And how many go to BGG Con?
2,400.
So it's more than.
It's more than BGG
Okay.
Con in the fall is bigger. Yes.
Hey,
Okay.
you make him a special guest, and he shits
Sure.
all over your stuff after.
Oh, just
I know.
Anthony.
Would you come
Anthony-
if I made him a special guest? You probably would.
Scott is a
Although-
big boy.
wait, Do you think the Memorial Day weekend with your family, you would have to cut that out? You would have to stop that.
Scott's a big
barbecue.
boy. He can take care of himself. He,
No bar-
he,
no
he doesn't
barbecue.
need you
He knows
fighting.
what he said. He knows what he said. Big boy. He knows what he said. You tell me, what makes me so goddamn fucking funny?
You just you read a runner from me.
Get the fuck out of here.
Why? Okay.
Well, we'll be playing all the Spiel des Jahres nominees without you guys.
Oh.
Although you probably played
And
them
what
all
are
already.
they?
There's probably going to be one game you haven't played. There's always something that no one
True.
heard before.
It
How
was
many of
a
them
weird
did I
dream.
publish though? That's what I'm concerned
So
about.
before you go, I wanted to ask this one question. So like a couple of days ago, I asked like everybody that follow. I asked like name games that are out of print that you wish you could get a hold of, and like a lot of people mentioned Atlantis Rising.
What?
Like this.
That game's awesome.
What?
We looked at it, Andy was like,
Why do people like that game?
"That's what Andy asked."
I owned a copy, and
Well, I mean, how many is a lot? Like 5?
And what?
How many is a lot? How many is a lot? How many people? It just kept showing up. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, it just kept showing up over and over again, and like people would say, "Oh, Atlantis Rising," like, "Oh yeah, Atlantis Rising," and I was just, all right. So it's like I had a copy, and I remember like it was okay, but it really annoyed me that it was too easy, to beat. It was just it didn't for a co-op game it didn't kick my butt enough.
That was exactly Andy's complaint.
Yeah, I mean, it was just
every move is obvious.
Yeah, every move was obvious, and it just had mittens. It was one of those games that like it made you feel like you're kind of like, oh my gosh, we might lose, and then all of a sudden it was just like you were like 3 turns away from winning, and you weren't even close to having like anything lose.
The game was decent with 3 people. If you play with the 4, I think if I went with the 5, it was like not even bother playing because your special ability was all you did on your turn. There was no other option. It was like, oh, should I go flip a tile over? Like, no, you're gonna stay there and wait, and you're gonna fight the other guys that are coming.
Yeah,
That's
up
all
to
you're
6
gonna do.
people. Up to 6 people. It had.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and the more people that had, it just got ridiculously easy because everyone just did your job. That's all you did on your turn.
Yeah. Kind of like Dead of Winter.
But three player was actually good.
I don't know.
Its average rating is a 6.652 with a standard deviation of 1.45.
Isn't Yggdrasil available?
Yggdrasil?
Yggdrasil is a better game. I'll say that. I don't know. Isn't that
Yggdrasil is the exact opposite. The more people you play with, the harder it is.
Yeah.
Yes. And
So maybe we should release them in the same box. You
guys need to track down Hotel Life. Hotel Life, man.
Play this other one.
Hotel Life?
Just change the number of
Yes,
players.
Hotel Life. I think Hotel Life would do really well in this day and age. Have you guys ever heard of it?
I think you're just making these things up as you go
I'm
along.
not making it up. I said Hotel Life and Terrain Vague were my two suggestions.
I remember like Yggdrasil was kind of just like there, but because it was about Vikings and stuff, I liked it more than I probably.
Let's play Hotel Life at BGCon in the fall.
What?
You can decide.
What is
Although you guys
Hotel
probably
Life?
need to know. You guys need to probably know. It's a game that creates the craziest situations you've ever seen in a board game.
Like what? Name me one.
Chain reactions. Like you're managing a hotel. Like it's your job. You let people come in and like get rooms, and there's all these like if this happens then this will happen, and there's these chain reactions that you can set up where like if you move the prehistoric family into your neighbor's hotel, the person their pet dinosaur will like eat the dog of the neighbor if there's a dog at the hotel. And then people will get angry and they'll move out and they'll go to the next hotel. So it's like those kind of things. Like if this, then that. And it's just wacky, zany. Like look at just look at some of the cards and read them.
I see Quanchai. I see that Quanchai did a remake of it.
It's totally not a strategy. It's a fun. Let's see what happens.
Quanchai did one called Motel Life.
Okay, of course.
And redid the whole thing. It looks like.
Yeah.
I've never even heard of this game.
It's fairly hard to find, and it's hard to play too. Right? Like it's hard to find. It's hard to get it together.
Yeah, that sounds ideal.
There's a lot of rules. What do you want? You want like the Game of Life or something? It's like the Game of Life, but like a gamer's version.
I used to love playing Game of Life when I was young. But remember when you played Game of Life, like if you didn't get a good job like at the beginning, like you didn't become a doctor or something like that, or you didn't get the right degree, you were just hammered the rest of the game. Like you didn't make enough money to do anything.
Yeah, but the new version doesn't matter.
No?
In the new version of the game, you can just skip college and you make just as much as anybody else.
Wow, the Quanchai version is awesome. I'm gonna have
They
to make
dummied
that.
it up too.
Look there, Quanchai already did the artwork for you there, Michael. All right, guys. Enjoy the rest of your conversations. I'm
All right.
Bug fix. Bye.
What was your suggestion, Lance?
For remakes?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think Michael should just do Homesteaders.
I think he wants to.
Yeah, I
think he'll be
emailed
unemployed
Alex
tomorrow.
Hey, Alex.
Yeah, well. No, I think if I could pick, if I could just pick, and somebody would reprint a game that like I just want that well, I mean that's tough because like am I gonna pick something that's like that actually could get reprinted, or am I in the fantasy world of picking a game?
Just pick one.
Well, I mean, like I'd want somebody to actually like make an English version of Viking ATID, like the old school Viking war game that doesn't that you can't find anywhere. That's just like super old and is only in like Finnish, like the language. It's something that I think it would be cool to own, but it'd be even cooler if like it actually had English rules and I could actually play it. But I mean, I don't know. Let me think for a second. Anthony, what's yours? If you could have any auto-print game.
I've already told Michael what I wanted to print, but he's not going to do it.
Oh, what was it? Remind
Strasbourg.
Me. Strasbourg.
Steffenfeld.
Yeah, I think...
The weird auction one.
I think there was something about that made it difficult.
The weirdest thing about Strasbourg is that my local game store, up until like 6 months ago, just had a copy on the shelf. And I kept thinking about buying it, and I just didn't. Now, of course. Regret!
Womp womp. Hey, is Palaces of Carrera available for English printing?
That's that one that Z-Man brought like 500 copies or whatever to Gen Con.
I don't think he brought that many.
Yeah, I brought like a handful of copies to Gen Con and then never reprinted it in English again. I want to know what happened there. What was the reason behind that?
That's
Probably.
Everything they do. Seems to be like that.
Well, it could be one strategy to print a small amount of something, collect the money, and move on, and just concentrate on things that sell a lot.
But that's also when they never promoted anything. Because I got my copy of Twa the year after it came out at Gen Con on Sunday as they were closing. So it wasn't a big rush to get it. Everyone didn't need to have it when it came out.
I'm glad I have Twa. I am, and I'm glad I have the expansion too, because the expansion really makes that game. But that's one I don't understand why they haven't reprinted it, because
it's
like
coming back. It's coming.
Yeah.
Who from Z-Man again?
Nope, Asmodee.
Yeah.
That and Brussels 1893 they're redoing because they got to deal with Pearl.
Gotcha. I hope they don't reprint. What was that card game for Twa that was horrible?
Tournay?
Tournay, yeah. That was not a good game.
Well, there's still plenty of copies available to buy.
Yeah.
No, I'm serious. It's. I think it's probably still available in the clearance rack on Miniature Market.
Yeah, no, that was not a good game. It was not good. Gosh, I don't know. I mean, I really wish I had picked up a copy of I can't think of it now. Titan when Valley did the reprint, but I
Sure.
blanked on it. Just so I can have a giant buckets of dice rolling 6-hour game that I'll never play, but I can just play it every once in a while. Like play it once every 2 years when I can convince 3 suckers to play it with me.
What is that in English, Michael?
What?
What is that in English?
That's Yokohama.
That's Yokohama.
Right there in English from the bottom.
Yeah.
He's moving it. I can't see it. Oh, there it is.
Hisashi Hayashi.
Do you wish you had that, Lance?
I have it. I
Yeah.
posted the review today.
Well, we need your copy to promote it at wherever we're going next.
At Origins. I know you told me to bring it with. I said I would.
Okay, cool.
So there. It's a rare game though, so you're gonna have to pay me like $200 for it or something.
No.
Oh, okay. Well, I just thought it
How
was a
about I
shot.
employ you instead?
Done. A deal.
How about you keep your job?
What was Barry, what's the game you wish that was reprinted?
I don't know. I haven't been in the hobby that long, so I haven't played the older games.
Hannah Montana,
Zoltan, maybe.
Hannah Montana, the
Mole
adventure
Madness.
board game.
No, the Mole Madness one.
Master of Orion 4. And have it not suck.
Oh, that last Master of Orion game was so bad. It was so bad.
Dune, I heard a lot of people like that one.
I have a copy of Dune.
Could have bought a copy of Dune in Japanese.
Yes, you could
The
have.
only one, Fury of Dracula was, but that just got reprinted.
Yep. I'm kicking myself that I never got the Kai-Vai expansion. Kai-Vai is a great game, and I wish I had the expansion for it.
That was one of the ones that you really liked. What was it?
It's the one I really like.
No, I know that.
Lords of the Spanish Main from what's his name? Phil Eklund. That's his pirate game. I wish I could track that thing down. Never will be able to, I'm sure.
Phil's legit. I like Phil. Problem is that he doesn't come in every single game box to explain the rules and then make sure you play correctly.
Yeah, that's true. Like there was a pirate game by the name of Sea Rovers that like this guy was making out of his attic basically. That you know if you ever like go look up
Knockdown Barns. That's what I want to be reprinted.
just Knockdown Barns. What?
Oh yeah. Look it up. Knockdown Barns. It's cool.
You're gonna make
of making it out of an attic. Not an addict. Attic.
No, if you Knockdown Barns. Okay, this looks weird. No, but if you go and look up Sea Rovers, all one word. Sea Rovers is like a pirate game that this guy was making copies like basically by hand, and then all of a sudden he just and then he took a bunch of pre-orders for it, and he was like making these games by hand, and everybody said it was like the best pirate game ever. And then,
better than Merchants and Marauders.
I don't know. This is 6 years ago. And then basically he shut down the website. And then I remember here it is. I posted back on May 25th, 2010. I really wish your website was up. I want to purchase a copy of Sea Rovers. And that was. It's like, and people were saying, oh, maybe he's dead. Then in 2012, he just said, I'm having some health issues. hoping I can get this thing. And then like, yeah, that was his last post ever. And then he just like, so I never got a copy of this, like supposedly the greatest pirate game ever. So, womp womp. Disappointing. So there you go. Sea Rovers is one.
I have 3 just sitting around in my basement.
Oh, I bet you do. God, just. These are the guys I work with.
I love corporate America for these clowns.
Somebody's tired.
Somebody is tired. They got the late night giggles going on.
No, I'm not allowed time, Lance.
Hey, what place did you finish there, Daniel? In Yokohama?
Second.
A very distant second.
Oh, really? Did you have
I
a bunch of technology?
Yeah.
Good for
I
you.
had 150 or so, and then Daniel had just short of 100, and then it was like 60 something, and then 50. Yeah, I
So
had
you-
149.
So you crushed them.
Brutal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was.
I went like Pinball Wizard on him or something.
It was brutal.
You copied my strategy.
Yeah, sure.
to be dominant. For a longest time, there was a game called Affin Tennis that was like a dexterity game about monkeys playing tennis. That's just impossible. You can't find a copy anywhere, but I really wish I had a copy of it. It looked super, super cool. And yeah, Affin Tennis. Monkey Tennis is a dexterity game with a good strategic design. A tennis court is overlaid with a hex grid, and players use a rubber band mechanism to hit the ball. The monkeys are used only to note the location of the player on the board. They could have just been cues, but they look a lot better this way. The monkeys, by the way, are from the South German television commercials. The game includes options you might not expect from a game or from an unknown small publisher. Each player has a limited amount of movement when hitting or returning a shot, and then they borrow from their next move, but this puts them under pressure and thus limits their ability to shoot most effectively. So it was just like they had these things where it's like, if you take a look at it, it just looks super, super cool. And, of course, yeah, you can't find it or get it or anything anymore. It's just gone.
Because it turns out people didn't actually like it.
Well, that's true. Like, yeah. You have to get lucky to find it.
An audience of 1.
It says here, according to Fun Again Games, it had a limited production of only 150 copies. There were only 29 people on BGG that listed owning it. Let's see here. Yeah, it's just one of those things where it would have been really cool to own, but.
Well, yeah, it's like one of those Tokyo Game Market type games.
Yeah, where if you
Clinic is like that, right? So
yeah, exactly.
Clinic? Is that what it's called, Daniel?
Yeah, Clinic.
Albion Bayard?
Yeah, I actually have that. I have a copy of Clinic that basically.
I have it here. It's in a white mailing box.
Yeah, white mailing box.
Yeah, it's actually was good. I think it just needed a couple of things polished off, and then could have been super awesome.
His new game is on Kickstarter right now.
Which one is that?
Tram something. Hold on, I'll look it up.
Oh yeah, Rado just did a review of it.
And
Tramworks.
Tramworks, something like that. That it? Yeah.
Exactly.
Tramworks Kickstarter.
What was it? Gosh, I can't remember the other. I was trying to remember this other game just like small little print run, and I can't remember the name of it now. Talk amongst yourselves. I'm trying to remember it. Barry,
Thoughts
ask
on
Michael
it?
some questions, but don't ask him whether or not. Go ahead.
Tramways is the game, Michael.
Tramways.
When are you firing Lance?
Next question.
Not
question.
for a long time,
Yay!
probably.
So
Yay!
N
Oh.
equals at least 1 month.
I actually have a question about what we've been talking about. So after you do Loyang and
Delphi?
Delphi, you're all out of Hall games. So are you going to be working with them on any new stuff coming out? Maybe.
Yeah, no. Hall games, we love working with Hall. Yeah, Ralph's a good guy.
Yeah, you'll have their whole catalog though at that point.
Yeah, there wouldn't be much to pick off that isn't new stuff. Yeah, no, but new stuff.
Very cool.
One a year maximum, basically.
One a year maximum?
Yeah. Last year, did Hall have a new game last year? No. This year.
Yeah,
The year
they had,
before it was Blockbuster.
and the year before that was Il Vecchio.
Yep. Which, man, if Il Vecchio could have done as well as Istanbul, that'd be cool.
I really like that game.
I like it a lot too.
I think it got enough oomph from people.
Yeah, it was just too awesome. They're like, oh, I didn't realize this was so awesome.
Il Vecchio was, I don't know. I don't know what happened there. Well, then, who knows? Just people make up their mind for whatever reason at some point.
All right.
And then just decide things aren't good. It's weird how that works.
I'm trying to find that
Toilet game?
Trans what?
Tramways? Hang on, I'll put the link in the thing here.
Oh, found it. Tramways. Got it. Funded in 24 hours.
What does that mean?
That means that he got $19,000 in backing in 24 hours.
Michael, if you ever decide to go the RPG route with the company, I know a really good one that just funded.
You just don't let up, do you?
I think it's funny.
RPGs are hard. I don't understand it. You know, I guess you got to be like a couple of those guys who just say, "Hey, this is an RPG I did," and then people will say, "Okay, well, here's $300,000." And if you're not one of those guys, it seems like you say, "Hey, there's an RPG I did. Okay, here's $500. Thanks." So
You should buy the rights to Glory to Rome.
I would like. I think buying the rights to Glory to Rome would involve buying the company, and I'm not
buy the
sure
company.
what Skeleton's giant debts are in that.
Well, what's
his? As soon as it's purchased, they find out. Oh, various people have liens against that company for hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Well, Ed Carter has basically said that, like kind of almost cold day in hell, before he'll sell Glory to Rome, and and who knows.
It'll be an even colder day when he actually does something with it.
Well, that's just it. I mean, well, he did. He bankrupted himself doing that first one because he was one of those geniuses that decided that he was going to reprint it and then go the Kickstarter route. And then he thought that he could take the money that he had earned from Kickstarter and like use it as venture capital for himself. And then, of course, then he lost all of his money, and then all of a sudden there people are like, yeah, you need to reprint this, and then he was basically, well, I need to go and work for a year so I can make enough money so I can afford to reprint it. So bye, and then he just didn't do anything with it forever, and people were losing their minds wondering what was going on. I was stunned, absolutely stunned, when the black box copy showed up at my door. I literally couldn't believe that it actually was there.
You have a copy?
Oh yeah.
I like that game. I have a birthday coming up.
You have a birthday coming up. I wish I could find an old copy of the cartoon one.
Yeah, Seth has one.
Yeah, I actually at one point had 2 copies, and I had people basically give me offers I couldn't refuse for them, and so I traded them in. But yeah, for what? No, it was like one of those things where they offered like either they were ridiculous trades, like literally like 5-6 games, you know, and like including a couple of out of print ones, you know, for it, you know, just and then I literally I was in like South Dakota on a trip. I was driving because I was going to a concert, and I saw this little game store, and I went in, and they had a clamshell copy of it on the shelf for $20. Like, couldn't believe it. I was just like, you got to be kidding me.
Did you buy it?
Oh yeah, because I knew I could turn around and sell it for $100, and then I just held on to it for a while, and then once again somebody offered me a bunch of cash for it, and I just took it like an idiot. And then the thing was I did it because and the reason I did it was because I backed Glory to Rome on the Kickstarter, and I was like, oh well, I'll have that copy in a couple of months, so no, I have no problem getting rid of this. Go ahead, you know. And then all of a sudden I was just like, you know, time slowly ticking by, you know, waiting for the game to come out. You know, just because the Kickstarter like started. It was what, a good 3 years before people got it. I think almost 3. Wow. August of 2011. And people are saying they got their final copies late 2013. So I guess that's not so comparatively to a lot of things. But yeah,
but wasn't it said that it was ready to print as soon as it was funded?
Oh yeah, he said he had all the art because the art was already done before. And it was just like, yeah, he just said, I just need the money, and then we'll go, you know, and we're ready to go. And yeah, just like it was one of those weird things where, and then the thing was that he airshipped a bunch of copies into Origins, so people could pick up their copies at Origins. So a bunch of people got their games right away, and then so they got their games like in April of 2012, and it wasn't until October of 2013 before everybody else got theirs. It was just this, you know, and who knows what happened there. It was just, but yeah, there you go.
Maybe we should try that the next time.
Yeah, we should. I think you should. There you go. And supposedly, and who knows, this is all, you know, nobody knows but Ed and Carl, but Carl Chuddick, just like the whole idea that like Ed Carter is listed as a designer for Glory to Rome is like, in his opinion, like a bunch of BS. And so like he supposedly like divested himself of Cambridge Games Factory and just said, fine, whatever, just he took like a buyout on Glory to Rome, and just because he didn't want anything to do with Carl or Ed, and then left. And that's what I heard. And then Ed's just basically been sitting on Glory to Rome, waiting for somebody to back some mythical truck full of money up to his house to either invest in him or buy it from him. Nobody, I don't think anybody's willing to do it for the exact same reasons that you're saying. It's
well,
like,
I don't know if investing seems like a really bad idea based on track record.
Yes.
But just like here is a mythical small envelope.
Well, and like
right. Here you go.
It was
I
that
can
was
see
like that was the first Kickstarter where people, like, I'm sure there were other Kickstarters before. That was like the first like board game one where like people were really getting annoyed because like the person had just vanished, like
Oh.
taken the money and just gone into the wind and like wasn't updating anymore, wasn't saying anything. Nobody could get a hold of them. They were like, "How do I
Then
get a
I had to
refund?"
go to China to inspect the manufacturing, and I managed to get into Thailand and spend 3 weeks in.
Well,
you know,
I guess he like he was so broke, like he had to sell one of his houses or something because he was bankrupt, and it was this big long tale of woe. And he basically just said, like, one of the updates just said, "You're not going to hear from me for a while. I have, it's like, I understand, but this is just a game. I need to go and, get my life in order and work and be able to, keep my house and my family and everything like that." So, later, and it was just like, and of course, then everybody was just like, "I gave you $35. You need to get to work on this game," and it's just, what do you do? I mean, it was just. And then, like, when he actually did print everything off, like, there was all these, like, stretch goals you were supposed to get, and that was one that he really screwed things up because, like, you can pick, at this level, you can pick 3 of, like, the 7 bonuses, and then at this level, you can pick 4 of the 7 bonuses, and so forth.
Yeah, because that's not complicated.
Yeah, no, and then, like, and I never got, like, my spacers. You're supposed to get these, like, because the way you play Golden Rome, you have to slide the cards underneath. Yeah, exactly. I never got my spacers, and I just gave up on them. I was just like, there was some guy out of the kindness of his heart who was just handling all the emails for him, like he wasn't being paid. He said he wasn't being paid. He was just trying to keep everything straight, and he must have said, "Okay, yeah, we sent those out." He told me that like 3 or 4 times, and and I never got them. So whatever. It's just. At a certain point, you just kind of just say, well, it's just like it's just not going to happen. It's kind of like with my my Crokinole board from Mayday Games. Like I never got my scoring pegs, and after like the 5th email, you just give up on it.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. Those guys are legit now.
Well, they are. They are. I'm not saying they aren't, but I mean,
they also don't really sell Crokinole boards anymore. Maybe that's
well, no, I mean, and that was kind of cool that I actually got to like sit down and have that. We had that nice dinner with Seth, and and he's pretty nice guy, pretty funny guy too.
Yeah, it's definitely funny.
Yeah, he's a good egg. So yeah, for those of you who always ever want to trash on Mayday Games, it's like know this: Seth's a really stand-up dude. So pretty cool guy. There you go. Where'd Anthony go?
He ran away. You hurt his feelings.
Oh, again.
He'll be back.
He's
tag team.
Yeah.
I'm tagging you in. For what? For being on the show.
I should. You just reminded me of the song that my son sings all the time. And he goes, "Here, I'll." Hey, Daniel.
Hey, what? Finish your story about your son and his singing song.
This is the song. He says, "Hey, Daniel." You say, "Hey, what?"
Hey, man. I mean, hey, what?
Oh,
are you ready?
What? For what?
To pop.
Pop what?
Popsico! My hands up high, my feet down low, and this is how I popsico. Popsico, popsico. Yes, that's my son.
What the hell did I come back to?
I don't know.
How have I not heard this song? This seems like one every child would know.
Yeah, I forget what the guys are. These 2 nutballs that sing all these like songs. The roller coaster song's a good one that they have too. And my son always waits because like then the guy comes out in the hot dog commercial, and then like they say, "Hey, hot dog," and he goes, "Hey, what? Are you ready for what? To pop what?" And then the hot dog goes, "My hands are high, my feet are low, and this is how I popsico, 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 pop." Yes. if you have children in the like 4 to 6 range, they've heard of Popsico.
No, I've had children in the 4 to 6 range for 6 years, and they've not heard that.
Well, then you're depriving them of something beautiful.
All right, I'm a horrible dad.
No, I wouldn't say you're a horrible dad.
I'm glad I came on the show.
God, I'm trying to remember the name of that.
Were we?
I'm trying to remember the name. Anthony, remind me. What was the name of the Kickstarter for that game? They got like $8,000 just funded, and it was the crazy girl that like thought that the sun was talking to her. What was the name of that one?
Oh, I don't remember. I know which one you're talking about. I can't remember it.
Oh, what was the name of it? It was like, oh man, I haven't looked at it for like 3 months, so I was like, yeah, I always go back there and check for any updates or anything like that. Dang it, talk amongst yourselves.
So you're expecting a game from a girl who thinks the sun's talking to her?
Well, yeah.
Who's crazier here, you or her?
Well, no, it's just it makes for very interesting board game. How would I Google that? I was just gonna say board game from designer who thinks the sun talks to her.
I'm watching the Popsicle video right now. I thought that guy was Travis for a minute.
He does kind of look. He does kind of look at that. Ah, yes.
Oh, now, I'm on the roller coaster song now.
Yes, roller coaster song's legit. Catolica. There we go. Here we go. Catolica.
I've never heard of this holiday.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
What was that?
Yeah.
She says it's going to she says it's all the games are ready to be sent out. Amazing. Like some of the updates
That's been like 4 years in the making, it seems, isn't it?
Yeah, so like that was as of July 29th, 2015, they were going to be sent out. Yeah, like she like hand printed them all out and then did the production, and but then she was talking about how like the sun was screwing up her time to think and all. What is it here? No, here, like an update on March 14th, 2013. It's just like, it seems like the spiritual collaboration I'm working with was able to work out an understanding with the military and the sun and some other various groups over the last few weeks, and things are feeling very positive for the future.
Good for her.
That's intense, man. That's intense.
She talked about how the military were like using radar to like read her mind and stuff like that, and yeah.
How it works.
But I remember at one point she assured everybody that all of the like one of the problems is that like she printed off all of the cards on like cardstock, like she hand printed them off like a Kinko's or something like that, but it was too thick, and so like the paper cutter she purchased wasn't strong enough to cut them. But she said, "Don't worry, I've gone ahead and I've put all of my cards and everything in a like what was it she said again, atmosphere like containment chamber or something like that, so nobody had to worry about those things being destroyed." And then she showed pictures of them, and they were like just Walmart plastic totes.
I was thinking of an iron lung.
No, it was yeah, here's like
With a giant beard.
I've gotten into disabled housing due to my permanent shoulder injuries, and I just want to let you a quick note that I moved last week from Seattle to the Midwest. It's nice having a place where I can have a reliable meal and I can bathe on a regular basis.
Yeah, I agree.
That is nice.
Yeah, it's
She should date the guy who did the graphic novel and then told people that he wasn't shipping them out yet, and if anyone asked him, he would burn a copy for everyone who made a comment.
it's amazing. If anybody asked where their copy was, he was gonna take it. He was gonna burn a copy on his front yard every time he got an email until they were all gone. Just like what?
So is this the business model TMG to get into?
I just sent it to you in a smoke signal.
Yeah, that was. Oh, yeah. So here. This is, and I'm not reading this to make fun of the. But this is like, I can't imagine backing this and having to read this and just saying, oh my gosh, you know. And once again, it's like you gave her like $50, and it's like, yeah, you're never going to see anything for that money. You know,
Lance, you're looking at it all wrong. You get updates like that. You can't buy that kind of entertainment for $50 that's going to last for that many years.
No, you can't.
It's like
everyone else got to participate for free.
Wait, Lance, after last week's show, did you ever go watch the videos from that PC printer thing?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so I went and actually sat and watched all the videos the guy did, and what's stupid about him is not the fact that he does this whole thing, but the guy who is the quote-unquote legitimate partner in the whole thing does all these updates in video, and it sounds like he's like trying to do the new expose show. It's like music. It's like, and that's when I found out the money was gone. And there's like music playing in the background, like a close-up of his face. I'm like, dude, just sit there and just talk. You don't need this production that you're doing, this whole thing. But the thing with the video, and he's like interrogating the other guy. Yes, I took the money. And I put it towards the house, and I thought I really could pay it all back in time, and then there were delays, and so you're saying that you took the money? Yes, I took the money. You're saying that you took the money, and that's when I found out that Bill took the money.
Like here's a good paragraph from one of her updates. As far as I can tell, all of my problems seem to be related to my being born intersexual, and that somehow believing my living as a woman and being able to make money and not get married are unwelcome or threatening to this world. These opinions were being forced on me through living materials like iron. I really have no idea, and even worse, I have absolutely no way to prove any of it. But iron communicates with me backwards, and it's obsessed with my gender.
Iron? Wait, iron backwards is Nori.
But I mean, you're just like, what? Where's my game? You know, just like, it was, but it looks like, you know, she said back in, here, the spiritual side of this has been calming down in the last month or two as we've seen through working through some of the more complex details behind the spiritual plasma attacks that have been trying to destroy me since 2008. I actually feel confident that I've been able to figure out pretty much everything that I needed to, and the record of my journals is full enough to the account of things that it's now just a waiting game on my part before all the cascades go out and the attacks from the sun on me end completely. For anyone who's concerned about the game is finished. The supplies are 95% bought. It's all in my atmosphere climate-controlled storage, and I'm just waiting for opportunity to print it up. So but this is something I can't do because of the harassment I'm receiving. Basically, the U.S. Navy has been putting up transmitter systems all over the place to control the plasma transmission in my apartment, so that it can try to use my information as a weapon. Apparently,
wait. The Navy?
Yes. Apparently, I recorded some things in my game that are references to Navy weapons without knowing that. And so now I am one of their prime targets. I am mostly trying to help educate them and others about these issues in my journal, which has been going all right, for the most part. Apologies on the delays, as always. This has been far more frustrating to me than any of you.
What's this game called again?
You may be fearing that you've lost some money. You haven't. The game is still happening. It's just delayed. But I've been afraid I've lost everything in life, including my eternal soul, which when I started getting attacked by the sun.
Wait,
Molly.
what's this game called again? I want to send this girl $50.
The game name is Catalyka. K-A-T-A-L-Y-K-A.
What the heck?
The sun is trying to kill her.
Yeah.
So send her a case of sunscreen.
But her last thing said, nothing bad to report anymore. The game is finished. Copies are still being made, and I'm still shipping them out when I can afford to. I thought the USPS would allow me to ship them via Meteorite, but they didn't, so it's costing a lot more for me to send them out to backers. One copy sent cross-country cost me $25, and I'm actually losing money on Catalyka now because I didn't budget for such a high shipping cost. But do not fear, I am not asking for anything but your patience, as the game is shipping. The shipping mistake is my fault, and I am eating the cost for my own monthly budget. In the meantime, I have designed a new game called Eternal War of the Candy Realms, and it's a much, much smaller game. Only about 85 cards, a couple dice, and a rule sheet. It's a cross between Candyland and Game of Thrones.
Back it
You can see
down
pictures of it on her DeviantArt page.
$70.
It's going to be much more affordable for me to have printed professionally, so no more printing problems, and to mail, since it will fit neatly in a small padded USPS envelope. I think it's actually going to be more fun than Catalyka because it has a much wider and more easygoing theme. It's designed to be easy enough that kids and drunk adults can play it at all parties, and the cards and rules are done. It also looks spectacular.
Spectacular.
Okay, hold on. I found something that may be actually better than the Kickstarter updates. Her DeviantArt page.
Yeah, she has a DeviantArt page from like Porkshanks or something.
Here's her entry from April 17th. You kill and eat other races of plant and animal every day. I think lying about your racism is far nastier than noticing light uses racism to help us see who in the darkest threat to our planet's nervous system. You kill and eat other races.
I mean, and the thing is that, okay, we laugh and we kind of joke, but there are some posts on her DeviantArts page that are flat out scary. Like, she talks about seeing children and seeing them as sexual creatures and things like that, and it's just like, yeah, you probably need help. You know, just
Her
profile picture on Kickstarter is naked.
When a lot of the stuff was going down, like a lot of like the stuff that was like really bad started happening, people started kind of trolling her a little bit and like checking out like Facebook pages of like where she was arguing with her mother, and like her mother was like saying, "You need to come home. You're not taking your medication. I will pay for the ticket. You know, just come home," you know, and then she's like, "You just want to put me back in the hospital where you can just forget about me, and that's not going to happen." You know, and it's just, no. What do you do?
Her art is very good.
I know, yeah. She's
I remember the art.
Let's see the art.
What? How do you spell it again?
Okay, we want to see art. Go to porkshanks.deviantart.com and you can see the artwork for this Candy Realms game. Coming this summer from Box Liquor Games. Box Liquor.
That's what it's called?
Box Liquor. No, coming this one from Box Liquor like alcohol, not liquor like liquor.
What's in the back?
Look what we're reduced to.
Poker in beer? I see no art. You did not do as said.
I did do as said.
Post it in the chat.
I'll post it in the chat. Hold on.
I've noticed carbon monoxide keeps trying to make local birds stop drinking. Rabies.
That's just what I did.
So it is bigger than a thumbnail.
Oh my gosh.
That's the size of the image. Yeah, it's
Oh
pretty
my-
cool.
Okay, this is a line from her blog here. The best thing to isolate black women is to challenge their sexist flooding of penises with attention, accusations, and lies. What?
It makes sense.
Wait a minute. That's a Winston Churchill quote.
You know, Winston Churchill delayed the end of World War II. Ah, never mind. It's a
where are you going with this?
And I don't know it well enough. So we'll just leave it at that. Ooh, Katalaka. Let's see some
Yeah,
pictures.
and then people are just posting basically like, and the thing is that like she is like taken, like there's also stuff if you look into it, like she's taken like people have paid her money to like do art and do projects, and like she's just taken the money and not done anything with it. If you do digging, you can read all kinds of stuff that like things that she's done, like taken money and what have you, and then
I like that pencil.
and like people are just posting, you should really refund all the money people you stolen. You know, it's like, go to hell. Just like, but yeah, there you go. You're welcome. Now you have something to do on a rainy day when there's nothing else to do. You can.
This game was awesome. I want to back it.
I'm gonna
The
give her
artwork
50
will never get done.
I'm sending her $50 right now. Hold on. We'll figure out how to do this. How to get her money her way.
Yeah. It's yeah, there you go. I don't have anything else I can even say anymore at this point, so I'll just leave it at that.
The poor woman trying to live in her own crazy world, and you got to shit on her, Lance. Do you feel good about
I'm
yourself?
not. You know what? That's fine. I mean, you know, it's like I have. If I don't know. I've had relatives that are just that are completely, you know, over the top. You know, and it's one of those things where it's like, you know, that's fine. You know, just you know, and my great uncle Hulver, you know, like he like he was. My great uncle Hulver lived to be like in his 90s, and he swore that like, you know, the people that he killed in World War II were roaming around in his house and talking to him at night and stuff like that, and so.
Oh, with a name like that, he deserves to be
Yep,
nuts.
and there was that witch lady.
There was no witch lady. So I mean, that's fine. I mean,
Giving her his money.
Oh my gosh, okay. I know I said I wasn't going to do anything, but I have to read this, okay? This is absolutely crazy. So she's posted this like back and forth that she's had with, oh my gosh, okay. Molly, remember when you asked Carbon why it keeps putting genitals and reproduction in control of gender and race? Yes, I have a note about Yes, I have a note about that written right here in my kitchen. The voice of the Carbon told me that it made all of its influence focused on genitals to keep life going. Well, now we want that gender and ethnicity are actively rewarding the groups that are the most destructive to the plant life and the environment's stability. That's an interesting point, that gender and race could be flipped to reward the groups that perform the best service of plant life and the environment. I wonder why blackness and womanhood that usurp plant heaven are the ones unchallenged by Carbon. Does the soil not want to grow plant life? That's a good question, Carbon. Oh my god, it just keeps going.
What I want to know is why post this conversation that we've all had before.
Oh man. If anybody is still watching this, I'm sorry. Talk about going down a rabbit hole.
You think?
And eating
Oh,
plants.
Kabuki told you that paranoid schizophrenics can sometimes be very dangerous.
That is
So
true.
if she shows up at your house, Lance.
Like Kabuki Kid, Churchill would have preferred to end the war quickly to keep the Soviets from eating up everything. Thank you for bringing some logic into the conversation, Kabuki Kid. Kabuki Kid also believes that both Daniel and Michael are doing some sort of illicit drugs.
Is that true?
No, absolutely not.
They're high on life.
There you go.
I was up at 4:30 in
And
the morning.
Pez.
And Pez. Cherry flavored Pez, baby.
His head tilts all the way back.
So you're saying sleep deprivation. Okay.
Got my JFK Pez dispenser.
Oh. Too soon.
You don't remember that?
Yes,
tilt,
I know.
tilt your head back. Okay, no, go.
What are you doing?
They're doing
I
Pez.
don't know.
You are a pen dispenser. I'm the candy. I'm so sweet.
Oh man. Oh, there goes 10 of our tons of fans.
I left a Fortune 500 company for this.
You know you did.
This is your life.
All right. Anybody got a final axe to grind or anything? We can wrap this up.
If I can find this thing on the line.
What thing? That's okay. Take your time.
About 4 days ago, a plane landed at Idlewild Airport. The plane came from the Middle East, bearing a man who claims to be 2,000 years old. He spent the last 6 days
That's the
at the
beginning.
Mayo Clinic.
That's the beginning of it. That's so funny.
He thinks
2,000-year-old man.
What?
2,000-year-old man.
Oh, the 2,000-year-old man. Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Like the old. You're talking Mel Brooks and Carl Reiner, right?
Yeah. I like the
If Daniel hits his head on the ceiling, I'm gonna laugh my ass.
I was just thinking that.
him and his buddies were looking for the Narzies.
My daughter was reading some World War II books, and she came to me and she's like, "Dad, these Nazis are real bad people."
Yes, they are, honey. Yes, they are. I remember. What was it? Well, you made me think of. God, why can't I think of the guy's name right now?
Your memory.
Yeah. No. The amazing Randy. James Randi, the guy that the skeptic that like he basically has the $1 million challenge that if you can prove that you have a supernatural power, he'll give you $1 million. And like there was the guy who said that he didn't need to eat; he could get all of his food from the sun. And so he said, "Okay, that's fine." And then
he had a daughter, and she made Kaltaliaka.
No, and so then they set him up in a hotel room, and they said if you can stay here without eating and just drinking water for 1 week, then we will give you the $1 million. And the guy said, "Okay, fine." And so he sat there, and like a day went by, and then the thing is that they closely watched him for like 24 hours. Like they had a guy standing outside the room, and they basically made sure he wasn't getting any food or anything like that. And then they kind of set it up against him. Then after that first day, they purposely like made it like the guard like went and like that was outside the room, like knocked on the door, and he's like, and he told him like at 9 or 10 o'clock, he's like, "Hey, I gotta take off really quick, make sure that you don't tell anybody that I left. It's like, are you okay right now?" And the guy said, "Yeah, that's fine." And so then they left, and of course they were watching the room, and then the guy waited like an hour, and he left, and he like walked over to McDonald's, and they took pictures of him eating a Big Mac, and just like, and then he went back in there, and then they came the next day and said, "Yeah, you're out of here," things like that. So You made me think of that. The 2,000-year-old man. Like it's like I don't have to eat. The sun gives me all the sustenance I need. It's like. You're not the Swamp Thing.
Well, the problem is they stuck him in a room. How is he getting sunlight?
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. They probably, they
They
probably.
were starving him. That is inhumane.
Very nice.
Hey, Lance.
Yes, sir.
Check your emails. I just got a shipping notice from GMT.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah, I got a shipping notice from GMT.
Yeah, I probably won't get mine.
What's
They
it
don't
for?
like. Their P500 system. Their coin series games. Like, basically, they sold so many that they just couldn't keep up with it, and so people have been waiting patiently for those games to arrive. So. No. Hey, Andy, I'm just going to tell you right now, and so I'm gonna head you off on the pass. I have been asked to be a part of and have accepted the invitation to be a part of a Dice Tower thing. So.
A what?
What a gentleman.
No, it's the Sam Healy decided
The throat punch lunch?
Yeah. So there you go. So you can feel free to make fun of me.
Company stooge. Sell out.
What is the throat punch lunch?
So that's the board game breakfast, but that's Sam's show. So they have Board Game Blender, which is Z's show.
Okay.
Board Game Breakfast, which is Tom's show, and now Throat Punch Lunch, which will be Sam's variety show.
And he, whether or not he told the truth, he said I was the first person he reached out to, and he said he couldn't think of doing it with anybody without me, and he was very gracious. And oh yeah, there you go. And I accepted his very kind offer to be a part of it, and so it's gonna be mostly about thematic and Ameritrash stuff, which is my wheelhouse. So I'm looking forward to it.
So is this like a bi-weekly thing or monthly thing?
I think it's a bi-weekly thing. And then
hey, we don't judge.
Yes, you do. All you do is judge.
No, I don't judge. You want to be bi? Be bi. Go right ahead.
What are you laughing about?
We're reading a thing written by someone who's probably not in the most sane area.
It's a logic book written by Pork Shanks.
Yeah, like I said, it is the.
We're reading the scraps from Pork Shanks' table.
Somebody needs some sleep.
You opened up the rabbit hole, Lance. We just want to see how deep it goes.
Yeah, it is deep. So yeah, there you go.
So what are you doing?
I blame everyone with a penis for this.
There is actually
Have you seen the video? If meat eaters acted like vegetarians.
Yes, I've seen that. Where the guy's guy's talking about the girl tries to sit down with her salad and he kicks the chair out from underneath her.
That made me laugh so good. Why are you eating that? That's my food's food. I don't appreciate you. That was good.
Yeah. My food eats that. Yeah. Just it's
So Lance, what are you going to be doing on Throat Punch Lunch?
What
is your segment going to be?
I am going to kind of talk about old school Ameritrash stuff. The stuff that I grew up playing.
Crossfire!
So how long is your segment going to be?
Don't even. I already, how are you possibly going to do a 5-minute segment? There, I already beat you to your joke there.
It's going to be like a 47-part segment on each game.
Yes. Ha 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 ha. So funny. I knew where you're going with that immediately. I don't even know. I just was like, I got it. I had to tell
No,
Anthony.
I said, what are you gonna do? Hey, I would have found that anyway. And then I went and said, oh, really? You go and you do that behind my back? Oh.
Hey, I'm assuming you saw that you got the email as well, Anthony, from the what? The Flick 'em Up Wider Audience Edition?
No, I didn't get it. But I mentioned it. It's the plastic one.
Yeah, it's like I like how the press release for it is like, oh, we're proud to announce the Flick 'em Up Wider Audience Edition. In fact, our very first dexterity game, blah 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 blah. And it's just like all it says. It doesn't say anything about the fact that it's all plastic. It just says it'll be published under the Z-Man's label. It's going to be presented in redesigned multi-language boxes for the incredibly low price of $35. And it's just, but they don't say anything at all.
The wood box is gone. And where they could do it in plastic, they did it in plastic.
Yeah.
That's what they're supposed to do,
So I was just like, wow, wider audience edition, crummier components edition.
You don't want to pay $80 for a family game.
Fair enough. All right, boys. Well, I think we should let my coworkers go to bed because it's late.
Yes.
Hey, how's the hotel room? Is it bigger than the one in Japan?
What? Of course it is.
The bathroom is bigger than your whole hotel room. Okay.
Well, that's not true.
Yeah.
But close.
Barry, you got anything? Got any parting shots? Any parting wisdom?
Nothing.
Great.
We talked about a psycho for 3 hours. How could I, how can I talk?
Kabuki Kid. Actually, you brought up something I want to talk about really quick. Kabuki Kid, did anybody see the Onatama skit that was removed from the board game breakfast because some people were offended by it? All right, so I'm going to say this right now. I can totally understand, and that is that was done by a personal friend of mine, Kevin Burkhartzmeyer, and I know Anthony is good friends with him as well. And I'm going to say right now that, and anybody, and I realize that very few people are going to hear this or whatever, but I hope somebody points it out and then says whatever they want to say. I totally understand why people would be offended by what Kevin did and what and the Onatama theater that he did. And the thing is that, and that isn't a defense. I fully believe that you have the right to have your opinion about anything, and you can voice that opinion and have a problem with it. But here's the deal. Kevin is probably one of, if not the nicest person I have ever met in my entire life. He would give the shirt off his back to a complete stranger if they asked for it. I and my family have been a guest in his home on a regular basis, and he is personally devastated by the fact that he has injured and hurt people by what he did. He did what he did with the best of intentions. Does that make what he did correct or okay? Absolutely not. If he offended somebody, and that's just the way it is. He did the right thing. He apologized, and he took the video down. And frankly, the fact that people just still want to take him to task and just continue to barrage him with comments just makes me sick, because I have had many conversations with him about the situation, and he feels horrible about it, and he doesn't know what else to do, other than the fact that he's just tried to apologize and did the right thing. Like I said, he took it down, and he's trying to learn from the situation. So I don't know. It bothers me a great deal that one of my friends is feeling like he is. And I'm not saying that if you were offended by it, you're wrong. I'm not saying that you were a bad person for being offended. But just seriously, he's just if you ever would sit down and talk to him and hang out with him, he is just one of the nicest, most decent, good people you'll ever meet. So lay off Kevin, and yeah, there you go. That's all I
What
want
do
to
you
say.
do?
I don't
I
even
didn't
know
see the
what
skit.
happened.
What do you do?
It was just he basically that his daughter and him dressed up in classic like an- early era Japan. Like she was dressed up like a geisha with full makeup, and he was dressed up like a samurai, and they just played a game of Onitama and just kind of. And you got to remember, Kevin. Kevin is like he's big into theater. I mean, like he's in normal theater.
Yeah.
He's an actor, and the thing, and it's just, and whether or not this matters or not, he's also a pastor. I mean, he's like,
That
and
was
he,
offensive?
So what did people take offense of? That he was dressed like a geisha? Or...
well, that and the fact that like basically, I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to speak for somebody else, but from what I understand, it's the idea that a Caucasian person would portray an Asian person, like to pretend to be something that they are not, and it's just, and I'm not saying it's the same thing or anything like that, but it's kind of like, the whole blackface thing as well, that sort of thing, and it's just, and like I said, I understand why people would have a problem with it. I understand why people would be offended by it, and I understand where their reasonings are. And so I'm not saying that like they're incorrect. I'm not saying Kevin is correct for doing it. What I'm saying is that Kevin is a really decent human being, probably one of the nicest and most decent human beings on the planet. And people need to recognize that if he offended you, he did not intend to, and you need to lay off. And I rarely get angry about stuff, but the stuff that I've seen that he shared with me that people have been sending him is just. It's despicable and it's awful, and I just, so there you go. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say about that. So anyway, sorry about that.
I don't understand why.
Yeah, and I'm not, and like I said, I'm not trying to. I just wanted people to lay off my buddy and recognize that it was not his intention in any way, shape, or form. So
yeah, and the perfect point for anyone saying, oh, only after someone said something he realized it was wrong. If he really didn't care, he would have left it up.
Yeah.
And the fact that he took it down, if I did something and someone was offended and I didn't think it was, wasn't done with malice or anything, I would say, you know what, I'm going to leave it up. But not saying I'm not a nice person, but it wasn't.
Well, we know the truth, Anthony.
The intention of it was it to be representation of the theme of the game and all that. Yeah, one of the problems I had seen people have was the fact that Kevin is talking in made-up Japanese. And again, it's a period piece, so it's very stereotypical of what we've seen like in movies of that things from that period. So that's another thing that people are offended by. Yeah, he's a great guy. He's a really nice guy. What I find interesting though is nobody had a big outrage when he was using his old English voice for his other video.
Well, and then here's the thing that I mean, and I'm not trying to like, it's. I hate the pick and choose, like what people are gonna be offended by, and like so he did like a luchador.
Did they get offended by The Last Samurai?
Well, though,
they should have.
he did a video for like a luchador game, like yeah. Mexican wrestlers, and so people went back and found like those old videos and started giving him grief over that, and it's kind of like okay, so you're poking, like, because he. He's like, and I understand, once again, Mexican wrestling, they take it, it's very honorable down there, and the masks and the luchadors, it's very, very much, like once again, very time-honored tradition, that sort of thing. However, it's like, have you not gone and watched the tournament, the like whatever the top tournament or whatever, the spin top tournament at BGGCon, where people are dressed up as luchadors and jumping around and it's like nobody's calling them out for any of those things. It's just it's like I think it was one of those really weird things where it was just like, oh well, here's somebody that like they can jump on it and then unfortunately it's just one of those things where it's like even though he apologized, it still just wasn't enough, and I don't know. Like I said, the guy he's distraught over it, and I've tried to give him the advice that I could possibly give him, and I said, look, you've apologized, you've taken it down, there's nothing else you can do, you just simply have to like ride it out, and just apologize where you can, and then move forward, and just put forth more creative efforts that will not just maybe be, and like he said, he's learned from it. He's now going to be very careful, and he's going to look forward to it and stuff like that. And it's just, I don't know. Like, and if you ever get the chance to play a game with him, he is hilarious, and it is so much fun. And not like hilarious because he's making fun of like races or anything like that. No, he's just like flat out like funny. He drove up. He lives like an hour and 15 minutes away from me. When I did the charity for the can't even remember, like, what is it? The charity I do every year for children's hospitals. I can't even think of the name of it right now.
Extra Life?
Extra Life, yeah. So he drove up and brought his son with him, and like drove up and like he played 24 hours of games with me. And he brought up a bunch of food, and he was like just super gracious. And like I said, and I've told this story before, but it was just like one of my buddies who was really looking forward to come there. He didn't get a chance to come there because of the fact that he like his father had to go to the hospital because he was having problems with his heart, and my buddy Paul was in the hospital with his dad for like the better part of the day, and then he made it, and after like his dad was given the clear to go home and everything, he came home and he came to the game. He's like, yeah, sorry guys, this is what happened. Kevin didn't know Paul from anyone, like didn't know who he was, just how my buddy Paul walked in and he said, yeah, sorry guys, and he kind of explained the story, and like Kevin just said, what's your dad's name? And Paul told him, and he just like quickly like bowed his head in prayer and just like and it's just like, yeah, okay, he didn't make a big show of it or anything like that, and it's just like, and he just said, it's like, and he said, it's like just asked the God to watch over Paul's dad, and just like totally like, and Paul was like literally like got tears in his eye from it. It was just, maybe you're not religious, maybe you don't care, maybe you think that's just like really ostentatious, but that's just Kevin. It's just like, oh wow, this is a fellow human being that's distraught and going through this anxious moment of his life. I don't know how I can help him, but I'm going to do what I can. And it's just, I don't know. It just, like I said, nicest guy in the world. Lay off of him. So there you go. I don't know. I'm not much of an arguer. I'm not much of a yeller. I'm not much of a fighter anymore. I've grown old, but I don't know if I was like, if people were actually like saying the things that people emailed him, and I was like present in the same room, I would be fairly upset. Like I said, so whatever. We had to get serious like we always do at the very end.
Yeah, you always drag us down, man. It's usually death.
Everyone in that picture is dead.
Yeah. But so there you go. And if you can, this is really cool. If you're listening to this live or whatever, if you go subscribe to Board Game Theater on YouTube, and just send them a message and just tell them, hey, keep up the good work. And I mean, it's like one of these things. Like I did like a quick little like 3-minute video for the game Swamped, which is like this cool little card game about traveling your boat through the swamp and being chased by a crocodile. And we played it at Con of the North that Kevin came up to, and I did like a quick little 3-minute in-play video of it. And for like 45 seconds, he just turned on a Cajun accent and pretended to be like Old Smokey or whatever, driving and I remember I posted that to BGG, and like 2 days later, like some guy posted a comment. It's like, I don't know who that guy is, but I need to see him in lots more videos, because it's just Kevin.
They
He's
didn't
hilarious.
say it was offensive.
No, they didn't. They didn't think him doing a weird Cajun accent and putting his hat on backwards. Talking about gators chasing him down. just slipped into character for like 40 seconds, and yeah. So there you go. And don't worry about Kabuki Kid. I'm glad you reminded me because I wanted to mention that last week and I forgot to do it. So I'm glad you gave me to remind me and to say what I had to say. So there you go. Thank you as always to everyone for listening in this evening. Anybody got any parting? Hey, if you're at Geekway to the West or thinking about going Geekway to the West, what's going to be at the TMG booth?
Stuff to buy.
Like
good games.
Like Orleans Deluxe?
That'll be there too.
Hey, are you going to have copies still for Gen Con?
Probably.
I had a few people ask about that. Like,
couple.
2 copies of Orleans Deluxe.
Good luck. Good luck.
You're just gonna heave it into the crowd when they rush in, and then see what happens.
We won't get kicked out for that.
Hey, and I know you're my boss, but good on you for not gouging people on the price too, for just charging them MSRP when you know that.
Well, it's what we did on Kickstarter plus $20.
Well, I know, but I mean, like, if you wanted to get that online, it would be like a shrink copy of Orleans Deluxe. I think goes for like $140 now or something, $150.
Well, people are asking that, but is anybody paying?
Yeah, people are paying.
I know for a fact people have. So.
Well,
I've had people offer to buy my copy for that.
Wow. Hey, maybe the next time.
Oh, hey, there's the $1 million question that I've been asked too. Will the Orleans Invasion that's coming from TOG be compatible with Orleans Deluxe?
Yes.
There you go, Kabuki Kid. Yes, it will. Yeah.
Yeah. His invasion is based on what invasion is, there's no way it wouldn't be compatible.
Good deal. All right.
Yep.
Hey, thanks, boss. Thanks, Daniel.
Daniel's sleeping.
Oh, Daniel's sleeping. Anthony, you got any final comments, final words, final whatever?
No, I'm just happy that you are my friend.
I am happy that you are my friend, and you'll notice you didn't wind me up. So there you go. Tough luck.
I don't want you to look bad in front of your boss.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Better luck next time, though. I look forward to your text messages about other crazy Kickstarters that are currently funding.
And about how awesome your twins are.
They're horrible. Absolutely horrible. I can't remember when they were this bad, honestly. Maybe during like the mid 90s, like 93, 94, they were pretty awful back then.
After the past couple of weeks, I was very happy to see you guys on the schedule.
All right, so thank you as always to everyone who took the time to listen to us live. I don't know why you do, but we appreciate each and every one of you. For those of you who tune in after the fact, thank you as well and for listening. And also, Barry, where can they find the podcast?
On iTunes. Search the Weekly Alaboom.
There you go.
Get up. Yeah, just search Weekly Alaboom.
And many thanks to.
Well, there's 8 people watching.
Well, yeah. Well, it might be some of us too, but hey, how many downloads are we getting on the old iTunes for it anyway?
I don't know. There's only like 10, 12 subscribers. I gotta look at the statistics. I haven't done it in a couple weeks since last week showed it and go up.
Cool. I think most people don't even know it exists right now on iTunes.
Like, keep telling you to put the link in the subscription.
I didn't know it existed.
Well, there you go. So, All right. Well, have a good night, everybody.
Good night, boys.
Good night.
Good
Started
night.
streaming 4 hours ago.
Yeah.
Yes, this is a normal album.
Yeah. This is pretty standard.
There's the link.
That's crazy talk.
You're crazy talk.
They average about 4 hours.
Yeah, and people wonder, and I always wonder how we're gonna fill it, and then all of a sudden I look and it's 1 o'clock in the morning. So
We go down rabbit holes about psycho people.
there you go. That helped. That was a good hour.
And then we say goodnight, and then we keep talking for another half.
No.
Hour.
How about that one night? How about that one night when we stopped the broadcast and then we talked for 2.5 hours more?
Wait, Michael. He stops the broadcast. We talk for another hour on here. I go to bed, and he calls me. Talks to me for another half an hour. He goes, "All right, brother, I'll let you go to bed." I hang up the phone, and a minute later it rings again. Oh, I just remembered something.
Yeah, and he wonders why I don't answer the phone when he calls.
I don't blame you.
I went to bed at
Some of us have to do
3:30. Got up
actual
at 6.
All right, for serious. I'm stopping it. Good night.
Yeah.